All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. I have to ever so slightly adjust the gotta get it just right. Welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you guys joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well on this Sunday. It's still pretty cold out, but not as cold. So therefore it's kind of warmer. I don't know if warmer is how I would describe it where I am right now, but could be worse. Could be colder. Irfin, what's up, man? MRPD, Lady Gamer, Daniel. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Daniel. We'll talk about the God of War Remake Trilogy. There's a lot of discussion happening right now online about what they should change, what they shouldn't, possible censorship, all that stuff. You like the hoodie? Yeah, dude, this hoodie's old. I got this like over a decade ago. My Dark Souls 2 hoodie, custom made. It's one of my favorites. Mr. Din, what's going on? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we haven't seen Silent Hill 1 remake yet. Another reveal. Yes, there is another PlayStation reveal coming, and it's one I want to talk about with you guys today. Hellbound, what's going on, man? Generic white male, Neo. We have a direct donation from RichRod. Let me see if this is going to work or not.
Drawing out the plans to win this war versus the Rainbow Bots and specific PC gamer.
Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure that worked, but I couldn't hear it. Oh, I'm going to try soundbite.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Did that soundbite come through for you guys? My audio isn't working for some reason. Why isn't my audio working? Hold on, guys. We have technical difficulties here. Oh, okay. I figured out why. I'm going to try one more time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's still not working. So it's working on your end. I can't hear anything. All right. Hold on. I know what to do. Nobody panic. I'm not panicking. I think I have to turn my monitor off and then turn it back on. It's been having some weird issues lately. Like that. I don't know what that means. Takes a second here to go on. We'll see if this corrected it. Okay, I'm going to try another soundbite here.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Wow, okay. It's just not working. That's really annoying. Yeah, I know it didn't play all the way. I don't know what's going on. It's very annoying. I'm sorry. I just keep playing all these effects for you guys, or the sound bites, and I can't hear anything. It's I really don't know why I'm thrown off. I only have one option, guys. It's my last resort. Just gonna have to break out the headphones. Rich, I swear, if you don't calm down, I'm gonna delete your direct donation. Rich is testing my patience. All right, sorry. We're going to get into the topics. Trust me, we are. I just have to sort this out. All right, I'm going to try one more time. Another soundbite. Okay, now I can hear. All right, let's try again. We have a direct donation from RichRod.
Me and the Commander-in-Chief MBG, gooning out here in these streets, Drawing out the plans to win this war versus the Rainbow bots and specific PC gamer.
Bro said the rainbow bots. The rainbow bots. Thank you, Rich. Thank you so much for your direct donation. There's no war. There's no war. I've made it clear. There is no war. Rich, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro.
I thought for sure we'd see PSSR2 updated the state of play. What's up with that? Also, that was a showcase, let's be real.
Yeah, that's a great point, Moonshot. Something I didn't really think too much about because I was so kind of enamored with with how good that show really was and how much showed up. PSSR 2.0 did not appear, and at this point I'm beginning to wonder if it's not actually going to be ready to release by Q1. I mean, we still have time. Q1 runs until April 1st, so we have the rest of this month, and we have all of March. GDC is happening in March, as it usually does, I believe. And I don't know, maybe next month is when they're going to do it. What it does tell me is Sony, that is, they're definitely going to give it its time in the sun, I suppose. They're going to give it its own time rather than sharing it with like a state of play or something like that. And because of that, I would expect maybe we are going to get a much more technical breakdown from Mark Cerny. That would make a lot of sense, because if they were going to show it in the state of play, I would have thought the opposite. Like, they're going to have like a minute-long trailer, keep it short, sweet, and to the point. But if they're choosing to reveal it at some point later, like in March, giving Mark Cerny his time to shine and giving him as much time as he needs to explain everything that went into it, I'm all for that. I actually have no problem with that. Hey, who knows? Maybe they're just going to do a whole PSSR 2.0 event. I wouldn't expect that, but... And yeah, you're saying that was a showcase. I mean, dude, we've been waiting for Sony to put on a really big show for a long time now, and I feel like this state of play, while I wouldn't say it was a full-blown showcase, that's not what I would call it.
We get it. You have to say no war. As the Sequoia have taken congressional MBG nation powers to officially declare war, G Survivor is leading the mission.
Oh, man. I love how I said there's no war, and RichRod took that as, I hear you, bro, no war. He took it as, it's a cold war. Like, oh, man. Hey, Rich, do what you got to do, okay? I appreciate your energy. I'm not going to tell you what battles to fight and which not to fight. You're your own man. You can make that decision. Just keep it clean, bro. Just keep it clean. No, but I don't know. Maybe there does need to. Maybe you do need to be out there fighting, Rich. I'm going to be honest. Maybe you do. Because some of the stuff that I've seen over the past 48 hours is like, tisk, 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 man. I swear, Sony can never get a win. They can never get a win. You will lead the fight. Fight that good fight, Rich. Fight that good fight, man. But do so as respectfully as you can. Do so gracefully. The console war is over. Irfan, you're saying, MBG, it's kind of refreshing and rare that we know nothing about this game and it's coming out next year. I'm so used to games being leaked before release. Sony has gotten better at not leaking their stuff. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. The big reveal that's set to come this summer, seemingly. We actually have quite a bit to go over and discuss over the course of today's stream. Just to give you a rundown of some of the topics. We're going to be talking about Cory Barlog's game and Santa Monica Studio and the God of War Trilogy remakes. I mean, this is something that we need to discuss further. Obviously, as per usual, when we were finished streaming the State of Play, my brain was kind of fried. So I couldn't really, it's just off the cuff, couldn't really process everything. Had some time to think about it. And yeah, I think there's definitely more to be said here. But we also are learning a little bit more about Cory Barlog's game and when we can expect it to be announced. So we will be discussing that. We will be discussing other games, generally speaking, that were revealed during the State of Play, and just another general discussion on, did Sony deliver, didn't they? I did put out a review video where, spoiler alert, I believe they did deliver. And, of course, there's always some kind of manufactured drama with stuff like this, as there always is. I feel like, I've just gotten to a point where I practically tune out the over-the-top kind of, oh, man, that was a terrible show. How could anybody say that was a good show? People just, I'm going to be honest, people just coming off as completely miserable. Like, I'm not saying you need to be happy, but I think, I think when it comes to the gaming space, that if you're this miserable, I mean, come on, you might have to take a look at your life. You might have to take a look at what gaming really means to you. If you're doing it artificially to drive viewership, to drive engagement, to drive monetization, I get that. I don't, I look down upon that, to be honest. I think that's kind of sad, and I think that there's a better way to do it. But, people are going to do what they're going to do. All I know is that Sony showed up with this State of Play, and they did exactly what I hoped they would, which is, actually, they did more than I hoped they would. My expectation was, if I walk away with a handful of games that I'm excited to play, and some of those happen to be PlayStation first party, things are looking good. And they came with a lot more games than I was expecting, honestly. So it really worked out, I think. The new drama is Sony didn't show Xbox logos. I love that. Don't you love that, Devil Shooter? Don't you love that that's the new drama? What's wrong with Sony? How dare Sony have the audacity to show me trailers for all these games and not put an Xbox logo? Like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, because, that's what Microsoft does. They're cool like that. When Microsoft shows games, they put the PlayStation and the Switch logo. They put all the logos. I'm like, that is cool. They're also a third-party publisher. They're going to make the bulk of their money on PlayStation and Steam. It is in their best interest to show those logos. And this is the disconnect that just continues. There are just, yeah, right? Irfan, what's up with that? Jeff Keighley didn't put out his poll like he always does for every show. That was kind of weird. But the disconnect that just continues. There are just people involved in this space that refuse to accept. They will not accept it, no matter how true it is, that exclusivity is still a thing for both Sony and Nintendo. And both Sony and Nintendo are much more relevant than Xbox is in the console space. So the continued push from certain groups of people, they posture themselves as, well, Microsoft is doing it right, so therefore Sony and Nintendo should do it the same way. But in reality, it's Microsoft did it wrong. That's why they're in the position they're in. And it makes zero sense for either Sony or Nintendo to even think about following half the things that Microsoft is doing. And there's just people where everything I just said, reject. Does not compute. That is not making the connection in their brain. That it is, it's very simple. It's not difficult to grasp, but for one reason or another, man. And so, yeah, I think it's just kind of, what's the word I would use to describe it? Again, manufactured. That's the word that keeps popping in my brain. I just think it's very manufactured at this point, where it's like, guys, the console war is over, okay? It doesn't mean Sony's not still trying to drive people to their platform. And if people can't wrap their heads around that, I don't know what to tell them. Be as upset as you want. Be as annoyed as you want. It's not going to change the fact that Sony doesn't have to let you know, hey, guys, just a heads up, this John Wick game we revealed, yeah, that's coming to Xbox. Why would Sony do that? I'm being dead serious. Why would Sony do that if they don't have to? If the publisher who's set to reveal the game says, "Yeah, that's fine. You could just announce it for PS5 and we'll let everybody know it's multi-platform." How is that bad for Sony or PlayStation players? It's not. It's bad for people who don't have a PS5 and don't want to buy a PS5. That's not my problem. I don't care. I'm not going to be upset about something that has nothing to do with me because guess what? I do have a PS5. I have a PS5 Pro. And anybody who tuned into the State of Play, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm an insane person for thinking this. But if you decided to watch that State of Play live, you probably also have a PlayStation 5. I know that's insane to think, but the logic is there. Why would you tune into a PlayStation show if you don't have a PlayStation? If somebody says, well, because I want to see what third-party games are going to be revealed, okay, well, guess what? I have good news. If you're very upset that every game shown has just the PS5 logo, when the show is done, it's only an hour-long show, an hour and 15 minutes, all you have to do is go on the internet for more than 5 minutes and research and just see, is John Wick coming to PC and Xbox? And you'll immediately see, yes, it is. Is so-and-so game coming to PC or Xbox? Yes, it is. So this is where I just feel like people are looking for any little thing they can to complain about and to make a big deal over, when in reality, it's like maybe the bigger deal is how you are acting like it's difficult to find out if these games are exclusive or not. That's not difficult at all. I knew as soon as John Wick was revealed that wasn't an exclusive because Sony's not publishing it. I mean, there's always the chance, oh yeah, they could have struck a deal. Oh, and also you have outlets like PC Gamer who just assume it's an exclusive and they write an article saying it's an exclusive, and it's like, you're wrong. You didn't do your due diligence and you're spreading misinformation. And yes, it happens to be PC. Of course, it's PC Gamer of all places. Like, I'm just saying, man, people need to give it a rest. They really do. Where I know it's in some people's best interest to, even when Sony does something good, to make it seem like they somehow still did something bad. But this is where people need to just kind of, let's snap out of it a little bit, guys. Okay? It's okay. Sony's going to do bad things again. They're going to mess up in the future. So don't worry. It's going to happen. But for now, maybe we could just agree that they put on a pretty good show and they showed some pretty compelling games and software. I don't think it's that hard. I think it's fine. It's going to be a spicy stream. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to go on such a tangent there, but, you know, it is just, it's always funny to me. It's always funny to me how it's like, the big takeaway from this is, like, what game, like, I could play all these games on my PC and Xbox. Like, no one cares. Okay, cool, man. Congratulations. Anyway, you know, and you know where it comes from. It's the salt. It's the saltiness from the people who were mad about the fact that, yeah, when Microsoft puts on a show, Microsoft told me, a PlayStation fan and player, I want you at my show. I know that upsets people. I had nothing to do with that. Microsoft said that to me. They said it to you, and they said it to everybody else. They said, we want PlayStation fans, we want Nintendo fans, and we want Steam players watching our show. And you know why? Because we're bringing our games to you. That's why. Sony, shocker, is out here saying, we are still trying to sell PlayStation 5 consoles because we're doing a really good job at that. So we're going to continue to try to sell PlayStation 5 consoles. You know what the best way to do that is? When we show games at our show, let everybody know, PS5. You want to play this on PS5? We want you to buy a PS5. We want you to play this on PS5. It's not Sony's fault or problem or my fault or problem that Microsoft isn't doing that anymore. Because you know what the biggest fraud is?
To be fair, the games that released on XP do not care about real gamers. Choosing to worsen games by releasing on Series S is disgraceful, should fail.
I didn't even see if that was RichRod. For a second, it sounded like it wasn't. And then at the end, I'm like, that's Rich. That's RichRod. Once I heard the word disgraceful and Series S put together, that's RichRod. Listen, I think the biggest fraud here is that more than half the people that you see complaining about this didn't have a problem with it when Xbox was doing it, too. They didn't, go figure, they didn't have a problem with it. They were totally fine with it. In fact, I recall some of them even themselves kind of pushing the narrative a little bit, like, I think some of these games might be exclusive. And it's like, I get it. You're salty about it, but give it a rest, okay? Like, we all know what the score is here. It's not some kind of secret. Xbox lost the console race. They're out of the console race. Sony and Nintendo won. Period. End of discussion. Now Microsoft is a third-party publisher who still will offer some level of hardware, and that's it. ABC 1, 2, 3. You cannot expect Sony and Nintendo to behave the way that the loser is behaving. You can't do that. Like, why would anybody expect that? That's the disconnect that I have with these people, where it's like, if Microsoft was in Sony's position, do you think they would be doing the things that they're doing? Do you think they would be saying, hey guys, we're going to put Fable on PlayStation 5? Do you think that they would be making it crystal clear, like, we're going to put the extra effort in to make sure Forza Horizon 6 is PS5 Pro enhanced? Do you think they would be doing that? No, they wouldn't. They would, like, that's the whole point, is they would not. And half these people wouldn't be upset with it because they'd say, well, yeah, they're trying to get you to buy an Xbox. Why would they do that? It's just the same old song and dance, man. It's the same old song and dance where the same people trying to tell you the console war is over are the same people trying to tell you that that means Sony is in the same spot as Microsoft. And it's like, no, man, the console war is over, not because Sony is now going to follow what Microsoft is doing. The console war is over because Microsoft bowed out. There's a distinct difference between those two things, and they do not equate to one another. No matter how hard you want to try to make them equate, they don't. You can tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself. The fact of the matter is, when people tune into a state of play, Sony's like, we want you to buy a PS5. Period. That's it. We want you to buy a PS5. When people tune into an Xbox Direct, Microsoft says, we want you to buy our games. Doesn't matter where. That's the difference. And if people can't understand that and refuse to understand that, then I really have to question what they're doing being involved with this conversation. Like, respectfully, what are we doing here if you can't understand that and grasp that? Well, there you go. Opening with a rant. See what you did, Devil Shooter? This is your fault. You did this to me, Devil Shooter. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You're saying you all call Microsoft slimy for doing it then? No. Listen. I want it to be understood. And I have to call you out on this, Alex. I have to call you out on this only for one reason. You say y'all. I'm not y'all. I'm assuming your message is directed at me. If it's not, I apologize. But if you say, I'm not y'all, I'm MBG, and I've never had a problem with Microsoft doing it. I've encouraged Microsoft to do exclusivity if they were trying to sell their console. That's exactly what I've done. That's what I've always done. I've always encouraged console manufacturers, if you want to sell your console, make really great exclusives. That's what I've always said. So I've never had a problem with the idea of any of these companies, and so it's like if Xbox had shows where it's like, are these games, are they coming to PlayStation or are they not? Sure. Like, could there be a level of frustration that exists, generally speaking, where it's like, well, I would like to know if that's coming. Yeah, I get that. That's totally fine. Like, if you're like, you really want to know if you're going to be able to have access to this game with whatever device you're playing on, sure. But I've always understood, like, I'll find out literally 5 minutes after the show's over. Everybody will. Like, it's not going to be a secret. It never is. Well, okay. Hold on. You're saying this is why I get clipped, but it's like, why? Because I'm stating a fact. Like, I know I get clipped all the time, or at least I used to, because I say things that are factual, such as PlayStation wants to sell you a PS5 and that's where they want you to play. Here's what these guys won't tell you. You're mad, not you in the chat, but what they won't tell you is they're mad because they don't want to play on PlayStation. And I will reaffirm what I've said so many times over. I don't care. I don't care. I like playing on PlayStation. I prefer to play on PlayStation. Why should I, as a fan / consumer, care about some other person out there who's like, well, I don't want to buy a PlayStation? Why would I care about that person? Like, I'm so sorry, man. I don't know why Sony does this. I don't know why Sony won't let you play the games where you want to play. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, I don't expect anybody to behave that way to me ever. Like, dude, I get people coming to me all the time. They're like, you should buy a Switch. You should play on PC. You should buy an Xbox. All right, well, I don't know how many people say that now. But it's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you're upset that Sony wants you to play on their console, then take it up with Sony, man. I'm not upset with that. I love their console. The PS5 Pro is awesome. I've never had a problem buying and supporting consoles that I thought was awesome. That's why I still have an Xbox One X. I thought that console was cool. I'm telling you, man. It's this false sense of decay, I think, that drives this, where it's like just people continually trying to push and push and push, man, that it's like it's all coming down to the same thing, one big homogenous blob of gaming. You can play anywhere, do anything, anytime. And I'm like, that's great, man. What a great gaming utopia you're painting. That's not real life. That's not going to be real life, because there's a little thing called business competition, market competition. Yeah, that exists. That's always going to exist. It's like the idea that people think exclusives are just going to go away. Like, you don't live in reality if you think that. There's literally exclusive shows and movies on streaming services, dude. Competition may transform, sure, just as it always has. But it's so crazy to me that people are really just running to the end of the field, man, with this singular mindset of like, you're not looking at the entire field. You're not looking at the entire game and the way it's played. You're purposely ignoring a major aspect of it or completely downplaying a major aspect of it because you have a problem with it. Okay. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. But I just question why so many people don't see that. Clear as day. The Steelers with a $5 chat says, exclusives matter and will always matter to the health of a console. Always, forever, this generation has proved it. But and that's the thing. Steelers, that's another funny thing that I saw over the last 48 hours with this state of play. The amount of people that I saw, they're like, I can't wait to play PlayStation games on this and on that and everywhere. And I'm like, dude, you're not. Again, can we have a conversation based in reality? Like, are we allowed to do that? Apparently on the internet, you're not allowed to do that. I don't know if you guys have noticed. It's like, well, they just announced Death Stranding coming to PC. Like, they sure did. Yeah, they sure did. Who could have seen that coming? It's like, well, yeah. And they're like, okay. And then they're like, well, that God of War side scroller is going to be, that's going to be multi-platform. And I'm like, okay, maybe. I guess it would make sense, but whatever. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do, because it's a smaller game. But then what if Sony comes out and they're like, actually, it's PS5 only? Do you know how upset some people were at that? And you know what's sad? You get these people, they're like, they put on the false, they pretend to care. They're like, well, they're just gonna hurt the sales potential of this game. Clark, I'm trying to do my voice, bro. Come on. They're just gonna hurt the sales potential of this game by not putting it on PC and the cat whisper, yeah, and Switch. And I'm like, would it have a better sales opportunity if they did that? Yes. I wouldn't even be against it. I'm like, sure, it's a smaller game. Why not? I don't think it would hurt at all. But here's the thing. If Sony says that's a God of War property and we want to keep it on PS5 only, even if it's like timed, because we want to send a message. What's the message you're trying to send? Because the message isn't we're trying to maximize sales. That's not the message. The message is God of War PS5. That's the message. That's like, it's that simple. That's the message. If you want to play this game, you play it on PS5. It doesn't matter that it's not a full-blown AAA next mainline God of War. That doesn't matter. What matters is they're signaling, if you want to play it, you play it on PS5. You can wait. There's no guarantee it'll come anywhere else or go anywhere else. But people are so upset about that, and I'm like, why? Like, why? I don't get it. Like, these people are acting like they would immediately buy this. And because that's the thing. I don't believe half of them, where they're like, oh, I'm going to express my concern at the fact that, oh, well, the sales potential. I'm like, first off, I thought sales didn't matter. First of all. So they only matter when it's convenient.
We need to start holding publishers accountable for releasing on XP, when real gamers invested to actually game. If you still game on XP, just grow up.
God damn, Rich is just taking it to another level, bro. I'm just saying, like, the people who are expressing the greatest amount of concern, A, move the goalposts like there's no tomorrow, and B, we're never going to play this game to begin with. And they don't care about God of War. You know how I know? If they did, they would be on PlayStation. I just don't get it. I don't get why, like, there's like this fake ass concern and like, oh man, oh this and oh that. And it's like, just stop. Like, I get it. Sony has messed up. They've made some mistakes. They've had some bad shows in the past. They've had some underwhelming announcements, but just accept that they actually did the thing. They did it. Whether you like it or not, they had a good show. And people loved it. People walked away from it being like, yo, that was great. And I know that chaps some of these people's asses so bad, but that's what I'm saying. If you want to keep the energy that you brought to the table, the energy you brought to the table is you look down upon console warring because the console war is over. You look down upon the fanboying. Then what you do is you say, you know what? That was a good show. Good job. You did it, Sony. No complaints here. But that's the thing. The moment you want to say, why isn't that multi-platform? Why aren't you letting me know I can play it on Xbox? That's like, that sounds like console warring. That sounds like console warring. And listen, is there another side to this? Absolutely. Are there like deranged PlayStation fans that are like, yeah, that's right, I got that God of War, Son of Sparta. Yeah, you suck on that Xbox. Yeah, what are you going to do? Like, yeah, there's some of those people out there too. I would recommend ignoring those people because they're clearly deranged. There's no reason to act like that. It's like, if you want to acknowledge like, hey, that's a PS5 exclusive. I'm okay with that because I play on PS5 and I love it. I've always been okay with exclusives. That's fine. That's not deranged behavior. That's just you being honest. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Just like there's nothing wrong with somebody saying, I don't like exclusives. You know? Never really cared for them. Nothing wrong with that either. But you get this deranged behavior on the back, that goes back and forth. And it's like, come on, man. Like, just let things be what they're going to be because it's not even that bad. It's not that bad. And I'll throw this in here as well. Here's the beauty of it all, right? At the end of the day, you're going to get some people, they're going to come out and they're going to say, well, you know what? Listen, Microsoft's making Xbox Magnus. Steam is going to be on Xbox Magnus. So eventually, I'm going to buy an Xbox device, and I'm going to have access to PlayStation games. And I'm like, you're right. Would you look at that? And Stephen Family Leon. We got Stephen Family Leon coming in saying, whoa, hold up. Before you start talking about this Xbox Magnus nonsense, I'm going to rip open a 20-pack. I got to pause the rant for a second. Stephen Family Leon, thank you so much, man. He just dropped 20 member gifts for you guys. Which, yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, I'll try not to be overly redundant and say it too frequently because I feel like I've been saying it too much. But yeah, we're totally fan-funded. Everything I do here is because of this awesome community and people like Stephen Leon and everybody dropping direct donations. You guys make it possible. So if you want to support directly, consider doing so by becoming a member, gifting memberships, super chats, direct donos. Those are all ways in which you can support. Big shout out to you guys for that. And thank you so much, by the way. I know I thanked you a lot on the last stream, but really thank you. That last stream was insane, and we got some major support. And I just want to make sure you guys understand how much I appreciate that. Let me add that to the goal. So we are 5 away. We hit 25. We will feed the beast. I'm not sure which beast we'll feed first. I know one of them's lurking down here. I think it's Clark. You're the star of the channel. Me? I'm the star of the channel? We all know who runs this. Carl, I don't know. Maybe he'll show up at the next State of Play. Did we get new subs? We did. Not as many as I would have thought, though, to be honest. The competition was fierce. The fact that we moved up as far as we did, Irfin, during State of Play time is impressive because I was looking around. I'm like, dude, the competition was insane. Like, I've never seen so many people streaming State of Plays in my life. So, we'll keep it grinding, man. We'll keep it going. Do you think the last State of Play was a sign that Sony healed from Jim's curse? I think it's a sign that here's the best way I'll put it. A lot of the experimentation that Sony was messing with, I think they're going to cool it on that. Like, that doesn't mean they're not doing PC releases. I just think they're going to stick with we'll release it at a later time. We're not going to say when, but, you can expect, like, for example, Ghost of Yotei will come to PC. We're just not going to tell you exactly when. But I think in terms of the experimentation of we're going to drop this game on Switch and maybe this game will be multi-platform and this and that. Dude, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but if you go read the PlayStation blog for Marathon, they refuse to say Xbox. And it's weird because they released Helldivers on Xbox. And so I think maybe when we talk about Helldivers being an Xbox game, we talked about that being like a potential experiment and not necessarily a signal that Sony's going to just go like all in on that. Because when I read the PlayStation blog and every time they say like, and you can play it on PS5 and other platforms, they just will not name them. And I'm like, And I get like people get annoyed by that, but I'm like, they're trying to tell you something by doing that. It's what on other platforms or something. Yeah, that's how they word it. You'll be able to play it on PS5 and other platforms, but they won't list it out. And I don't think there's any reason to be annoyed by that, because I think they're just communicating what I think is very, very overtly obvious. It's in your face. We want you to play on PS5. Yeah. Shocker. Sony wants you to play it on PS5. Of course. If you say no thank you, I know Marathon's on Xbox, that's where I'm going to buy it. Sony will still thank you for your purchase, but they're not going to be like, buy it on Xbox. They're not going to do that. They're going to say buy it on PlayStation. But I do think that, when you look at stuff like that, and you also look at the fact that, yes, this 2D side-scroller God of War Sons of Sparta game, I have to admit, even I'm a little bit surprised. Even I have no problem with it being PS5 exclusive, but even I'm a little bit surprised. I'm like, that absolutely would seem, if Sony was still in this experimental phase, like a game you drop on Switch 2, day one, and PC. Absolutely. Like that seems to me like a game that would be completely multi-platform. But they were like, no, this is God of War. This is going to be PS5. So I guess I'm just saying, if Sony's willing to do that with a game like God of War Sons of Sparta, in the same way that I pick up a signal from Sony when they're like, yeah, we're dropping Lego Horizon on Switch, I'm like, okay, that could mean something. I'm going to pick up the signal the same way on the other side, where when they're like, a game like God of War Sons of Sparta is PS5 only, it's like, okay, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down here, because that's the only thing I can think of. I cannot imagine it would have been incredibly difficult for the team that made this game to make other versions of it, to port it over to places like Switch. I think that they definitely would have done that, because I'm pretty sure they're a multi-platform team. What are they called? Chill Cat Studio, or what's the name of the studio? Something Cat Studio. But they're, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they're a multi-platform studio. So I don't think it's one of these things where it's like they didn't have time, or they couldn't. Mega Cat, thank you. What did I say? Chill Cat? Mega Cat Studios. Why did I say Chill Cat Studios? You just got gifted a month membership. Thank you to whoever. Yeah, that was probably from Steven. He dropped 20 for you. But yeah, what I was going to say about Magnus, just to kind of continue the rant, I suppose, is, people are out here and they'll be like, well, don't worry, because once Magnus comes out, you'll be able to play PlayStation games on your Xbox. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's a PC, but if you want to call it an Xbox, that's fine too. It doesn't matter. According to Microsoft, everything's an Xbox now. I got a toaster that's an Xbox, apparently. So, but this is why I just think that the anger that people are expressing, it's rooted in something fundamental that I'm like, surely you didn't believe this, though. And this is where I feel like, unfortunately, this is the result of the wrong people having a much wider reach with their voice than they otherwise should, and essentially misinforming people. We've witnessed this for a while when it comes to exclusivity, unfortunately, and I'll explain what I mean. But first, we have Cory, the legend Landiga. Mr. Landiga comes in, he rips open another 5-pack, lays down 5 more membership gifts for you guys, and he does it. He gets us to the 25 mark, which you absolutely love to see. Cory, thank you so much, man. Glad to see you could make the stream today.
No hero. Never was. Never will be.
And I'm going to shake the treat so we can feed the beast here. Not sure who's going to show up, though. I'll shake it pretty loud, make sure. Oh, I think Clark might be... Clark's first up. Clark Kent. Here we go. He was ready. I'm surprised by that. He's usually like the last one, but he was the first today. And I'm sure Boss is making his way over. So thank you for that, guys. What we'll continue to feed these beasts. And if we end up hitting 50 today, though, it's been a little bit. I've been like real sick the past 2 weeks, but finally I feel like I've turned the corner. I'm feeling a lot better today, which I'm so happy about. Boss, come here. But yeah, if we end up hitting let me increase that a little bit. If we end up hitting 50 today, I'll do some reps. It's been at the end of the stream. It's been a while since we've done that. Really got to get back on that. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. Yeah. Insomniac, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make here is that some people have, I think, they basically communicated to their to large groups of people that like exclusivity is dead and exclusivity doesn't matter. Exclusivity is bad. Exclusivity is going away. And they will also talk about PlayStation when they say that. And they'll be like, yeah, PlayStation's going to be done with exclusivity. Now, listen, I'm not saying that there isn't any truth to that. I'm not saying that. Like, I think it's okay when you look at Sony bring games like Helldivers to Xbox. Come here, boss. Let Clark finish up, boss, and then I'll give you yours. And you see them dropping a game like Lego Horizon on Switch. I think it's totally reasonable and makes perfect sense to start to question, like, is Sony going to go in a more multi-platform direction? Yeah, but at the same time, it's like when PlayStation players who have been playing on PlayStation for decades and who, you know, say follow Sony pretty closely and know them fairly well, they're like, guys, I don't think Sony's just going to announce Spider-Man for Xbox or God of War for Switch. I don't think Sony's going to do that because it doesn't make sense because they're still trying to sell their console. That's all. Like, anytime you would try to have that conversation, you would get stomped on because it's like, you're a fanboy and you're afraid to lose your exclusives. And it's like, no, that's not what I said. It's not what I said. I said it's because they're trying to sell a console. That's what I said. And that's the problem, is what you're seeing is people who have been listening to the wrong voices getting a little bit of a wake-up call that it's like, guys, yeah, Sony's on their way to selling 100 million PS5s. They're not going to stop now. Like, I'm not saying exclusivity won't eventually be vastly diminished and much more irrelevant. I think that will happen over time just by the sheer nature of, I guess you could say, the ubiquity of just, you know, how competent and powerful different devices are and Sony's desire to probably continue to expand and grow. I think that will diminish it over time. No doubt. Just like it has. Like, you know, we went from it's totally unheard of for Sony to port their games to PC to now it's practically an expectation over a longer period of time. And that's normal, you know? All right, guys, please don't fight. Come on. Boss is like, get away from my treats. Boss is like, the treats are my exclusive. But yeah, I just think that people are now kind of once again being woken up to the, oh, wait a second. So Sony is still like, it's like, yes, Wolverine and Saros are only coming to PS5. Like, I'm sorry if you're hearing people talk about Xbox Magnus and being like, Xbox Magnus will make it so I can play Sony games. And it's like, yeah, but there's more to it. Say the other part. Say the other part. Because it's important that people understand what they're getting into. You know what I mean? I've always made this analogy, and it's not, I don't even think it's like an analogy. It's a real thing that happens. And it's that, like, imagine if you were at like a family party or a family gathering of some kind, and your cousin or, you know, just a relative comes up to you and is like, you know, I heard about this Xbox. Like, hey, yo, I heard about the Xbox Magnus, but I don't have a PS5 yet. And I hear like the P6 might be coming, like, you know, but I saw that Wolverine game, man. I'm like, that Wolverine game's looking pretty good. I'm just saying, I don't know, you know, that's how your family member talks to you. It's like, they're basically coming to you and asking, like, where should I go if I want to play Wolverine? There's no way you turn to your family member and be like, get a PC, and within 1 to 3 years, at some point, you'll be able to play Wolverine. There's no, unless you're trolling them, there's no way you do that. You let them know that it's going to come out on PS5. It's only going to be on PS5, but we don't know for how long. It could be 6 months. It could be 2.5 years. Sony's all over the place. I feel like you would do that for your family member because you don't want them, like, you don't want to misinform them and have them buy a gaming PC and be like, well, I thought you said it was going to be 6 months. And it's like, well, that was just an assumption. Sony didn't say anything. The only thing Sony set up till this point is it's releasing on PS5. So I feel like when we have the conversation of exclusivity, people want to have it as if it's black and white for PlayStation, and it's just not. It has never been black and white. It may be black and white now for Microsoft because that's a decision that they made, and that's fine. Will Xbox announce exclusive games in the future? The answer to that is no. Why? Because Microsoft said themselves they're not doing that. They've made that very clear. You can't take that exact same thing and apply it to Sony, because if you walk around thinking that this is what you're gonna have results like this, people on social media falling out of their chairs and acting all crazy because, oh my God, they like, what do you mean it's not coming to Xbox? Replace this? Wait, Xbox doesn't have an exclusive? Oh, whoa, hold on. They still got one. But I don't know, man. I guess I'm ranting a little bit because I just find it bizarre that that people are acting as if the conversation around exclusivity died like 6 months ago. And it's like, it didn't, guys. Like, I'm sorry, it didn't. Like, if Sony came out and said Wolverine's multi-platform, Saros is multi-platform, and we're just, you can expect games to just be multi-platform, then I would agree. I would say, yeah, we're way beyond that now. But that's just not what happened. And, I'm not saying that means you should love exclusivity. I'm just saying you can't be mad at a video game company who makes a console for making their games exclusive to that console to try to sell that console. In my opinion, you cannot be mad at that, because you know what I wouldn't be mad about? If Valve came out and said Half-Life 3 Steam exclusive, Steam Machine exclusive, I mean, it'll be on PC, of course, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like, we're trying to use this to sell Steam machines. I'd be like, yeah, that makes so much sense. I would do the same thing if I were you. If I cared about selling this hardware, that's what I would do. Because it's worked for the other guys as well. But it's, if they don't want to do that, that's fine too. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I've just seen some really, really weirdo conversations taking place, man, over the last 48 hours. And I'm like, what are we, like, what is going on? Like, half the conversation around John Wick is like, is it exclusive or not? And I'm like, what? Like, I just find myself perplexed. Because it's like, guys, when has Sony not flexed exclusivity? Like, I'm serious. Like, when has Sony just, like, anytime they get a big game as an exclusive, like, they want you to know. Anyway, we have Delwyn Hype Jones with a 20-pound super chat. He says, that State of Play show was peak. We got a legit God of War Trilogy remake plus a 2D Shadow Drop, MGS Master Collection, Volume 2, new AAA John Wick game. That's legacy after legacy. Sony didn't just cook. They catered. Oh, they catered. Absolute cinema, dude. That's awesome. They catered. I love that. By the way, guys, if you could do me a favor, if you are enjoying the stream, I appreciate you being with me today. Please take a moment and hit that like button. We're already over 100 likes. It helps the streams tremendously, and it lets you or it lets YouTube know, that you're enjoying it, and it'll help with the algorithm. All right. Do you think the switch to third-party support shaked Sony to see Nintendo as a future threat? Yes. Yes, I do. I really do. I think that Sony woke up to the realization that the free ride is over, so to speak, where Sony did not have to worry about Nintendo getting AAA third-party games day and date for pretty much an entire generation and a half. Pretty much, they did, or almost 2 generations, come to think of it. Actually, it's been longer than that. With the Wii, then the Wii U, and then the Switch 1. It's been multiple. So you can't fault Sony for getting a little bit relaxed. They're not worried about it. But I think that they just realized, wait, they're getting Resident Evil 9 day one and Pragmata? And we're going to start to see that more and more. I think that's where Sony is like, yeah, you want to chill out, I think. Because they're also trying to sell hardware. They're also trying to sell hardware against your hardware. Like when a customer walks into a store or shopping online, they're going to make a choice either between buying a PS5 or a Switch 2. It's unlikely they're going to buy both, certainly at one time. And Sony wants to do everything they can to make sure, well, we want them to choose the PS5. And yeah, part of that is it will be exclusivity, just like it is for Nintendo, because that's the thing. It's not like you see Nintendo coming out and be like, oh, hey, Sony, let's give you a little bit of Mario, a little bit of Zelda over here on the PlayStation. Hell no, they're not doing that. Absolutely, they're not doing that. They wouldn't even think about doing that. That's blasphemous for Nintendo. And so Sony just has to be aware of that, where it's like, okay, well, if you have a potential competitor that's all in with exclusivity, I mean, like, nobody else in the industry, and they're very, very, very strong and compelling exclusives. And for a fact, like, they're never even going to look in the direction of PlayStation. And now they're getting third-party support. Yeah, if you're Sony, come on, man. Like, this isn't their first time around the block, right? Like, they're going to do what they need to do, and they're like, noted. One leaves, another enters. And exactly. How do you think Sony feels about Duskblood? You think they're happy about that? I don't think so. I do not think. Something tells me Sony's looking at that like, why does that look a little bit like Bloodborne? What's going on? It's stuff like that where I'm saying the competition. Titus, the big reveal. There is none. I clickbaited you. I'm just kidding. There is one. And we're actually going to move on to that in a moment. I'm just kind of flowing, I guess. And speaking of exclusive games, thank you. I'll segue it. All right. Hopefully it's a good segue. Speaking of exclusive games, we have Cory Barlog's title. Now, one of the biggest announcements easily, I mean, I think it's safe to say it was the biggest announcement, at least for PlayStation and PlayStation players, was the God of War Remake Trilogy. Okay. The God of War Remake Trilogy, I have things to say about this, and I'm going to say more things about the God of War Remake Trilogy, but I want to talk about a game that actually wasn't there. Cory Barlog's game. There was some rumblings, and yes, that chicken game does look epic. There were some rumblings that Cory Barlog's game was going to show up, but there was no like confirmation or anything. It was just kind of like maybe hearing it, whispers here, whispers there, but viewer beware. So, God, what am I doing? All right. I just rhymed. Let me take a sip of this and we'll press on. KFC should sell McDonald's Big Macs. It's outrageous. Carl, are you trying to equate fast food to video games? How dare you? How dare you? MBG, I know John Wick is your ideal video game. I've never seen you so excited since God of War Ragnarok was announced. I feel the exact same way. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, so the shock factor, the biggest shock for me at the state of play was MGS4, but the biggest hype factor of like, oh man, John Wick, dude, I'm surprised. I have to admit, I'm surprised it's Saber doing it, but I'm like, that trailer, if that first trailer is anything to go by, hell yeah, bro. I've been waiting for this. I think a lot of people have been waiting for this for a long time. But when it comes to Cory Barlog's new game, we have an update here. Okay. And this is why I titled my stream, Sony has another big reveal coming. Because one of the things that was made very obvious during that state of play was Sony Santa Monica played a massive role. I mean, Santa Monica Studio was the one that's like, we're closing this show out. And they closed it out with the Remake Trilogy and the shadow drop of Sons of Sparta. And so naturally people were like, oh, that's awesome, but where's Cory, man? Not Cory the Legend Landiga. Where's Cory Barlog? And Shinobi 602 responded to somebody on Reset Era. If you don't know who Shinobi is, very, very reputable insider. What's interesting about Shinobi is he seems to be very well connected with Santa Monica because he knows what this game is. He knows, I don't want to say everything about it, but he knows a lot about it. He knows when they're planning to release it. I mean, I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know if he's talking to Cory Barlog himself, but he was asked on Reset Era, do you still think it might be announced this year, Cory Barlog's game? And he said, quote, like I said, given the quarter they're targeting, I do expect that. Probably May State of Play or the summer, Keighley Summer Game Fest. As of now, I don't know yet. If not by then they've either pushed the release out further or doing a shorter reveal to release. So he's basically saying that as of right now, the reveal is going to happen either at the next State of Play or over the summer. And the most interesting part to me here about what he's saying in regards to, he is a developer, by the way, which I think that frustrates some people. But the most interesting part is what he's saying about the release time frame. So he keeps saying that the announcement should happen very, very soon because of when they're targeting to release this game. And everything points to Cory's game being a 2027 title. And the biggest reason for that is because this game has been in development since like 2018 or 2019. Sorry if I sound a bit nasally, by the way. I just got over like a sinus infection. That's like one of the reasons you didn't hear from me for like 2 days. So if at any point during a stream I start to sound really congested and nasally, don't let it deter you, okay? I'm okay. It's just that awkward phase, of recovery. But this game has been in development for 5, 6, nearly 7 years, and it makes sense for it to be a 2027 game. And it also makes sense, in my opinion, for Naughty Dog and Santa Monica to basically tag team 2027 as the closeout year for the PS5. People have been saying for a long time, how like, we need those like generation defining games. And I'm just going to put it out there, man, like regardless of how Intergalactic turns out, I mean, if there's any two studios that can put out generation defining games, it's Santa Monica and Naughty Dog. And the idea of them like both coming out the final year, assuming the PS6 doesn't get delayed, the final year of the PS5 is this as like a combined swan song. I mean, goddamn, man, that would be insane. What if Barlog's game was a live service and it got quietly shelved and then rebooted? That's why it's taking so long. The only reason I have a difficult time believing that is because, well, Cory Barlog does not strike me as the type of dev that wants anything to do with a live service game. He very much strikes me as somebody that, especially after what he did with God of War 2018, like really wants to kind of continue in that very narrative driven direction. So if that were the case, that would be very shocking. Yeah, we're going to talk about Blue Point in a minute, Titus, because I have a strong theory about Blue Point, which a lot of you guys probably know what I'm hinting at, but especially if you've been following me on Twitter. But yeah, everything seems to indicate that Sony does have a big reveal. And I want to talk a little bit more about, like, what do we think this game is, man? What is this? I'm so nervous. Okay, Clark, no, this is not a game. It's not a game. Okay. There's never been any indication of Cory Barlog's game being a live service. That's true. I think if it was a live service, it would have been revealed through job listings. Clark, I ain't playing right now, boy. This cat. Titus is happy to see you, though, Clark. He's very happy to see you. Come on. You were hoping Insomniac could at least close out the PS5 with Spider-Man 3. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I think that's asking too much. Sorry, I'm waiting for Clark to jump on my head any moment now. Sony won't give anything to Jeff now that he didn't put out his poll. Dude, that's so weird. Flying the room? I don't think so. Clark's just weird sometimes. Jenna Hayes says Cory's game is rumored to be a sci-fi game. So that was actually shut down. Jason Schreier made it clear that Cory's next game is not sci-fi. In fact, Jason Schreier, he revealed, I would say, the most interesting information about Cory Barlog's new game. He revealed more information than anybody has. He said it's not a new IP. He said it's going to feel like a new IP, though. And he said it's not sci-fi. And if you go back to when Jason Schreier was talking about Cory Barlog's new game, he kind of had this, the way he conveyed it, the way I read it, was he was like, why would anybody think that Cory's doing a sci-fi game? As like, he was conveying it as like it should be obvious what he's doing. And that's what, I'm not going to lie to you, man, that's what made me think like he's got to be doing an Atreus game. That I'm convinced. I have to be honest. I'm not going to be upset if it's not. I'm prepared to be completely surprised and like, oh, I was totally wrong. I'll be fine with that. Like, it's not going to hinder my interest or excitement. But I am convinced that he's doing a God of Mischief game starring Loki. I'm like, I think about the ending of God of War Ragnarok. I think about this idea of it's not a new IP, but it would feel like a new IP. What would be the most logical thing? And I'm like, ending of God of War Ragnarok. Atreus is incredibly important to Cory. I mean, I know a lot of you know that, but like, he's the one who created Atreus. And if I understand correctly, part of the inspiration for Cory with taking God of War in this direction was because he became a father and he has a son. And, at around that time and during the development of God of War 2018. And I absolutely, if I had to put my money on it, if I had to place a bet, I would bet that this is a standalone Atreus game that takes place after Ragnarok, where it was made clear at the end of Ragnarok, spoilers, Kratos and Atreus are going their separate ways, and Kratos trusts Atreus now. He feels like he's achieved his, he's done his fatherly duty, and now it's time for Atreus to leave the nest. And I think it's going to be a God of Mischief game, and he's not going to be called Atreus anymore. He's going to be called Loki. And he's going to be completely separate from whatever Kratos is doing, and whatever nonsense Kratos is. Somehow Kratos is still killing gods for reasons X, Y, and Z. But yeah, it's going to be Atreus and Angerboda, and they're doing their own thing. No, dude, Irfan, actually, that would make complete sense. You're saying there's no way he'd be making that for 7 or 8 years. I think the opposite. Because if you think about it, if the idea is it exists in the God of War universe, but nothing outside of Loki himself. Wait, you're saying Shinobi said it's not an Atreus game. That's huge. If true. Where did he say that? Because I have yet to come across that. Because that's going to throw me off. Big time. That's going to change this entire conversation. I don't recall ever coming across Shinobi claiming it's not an Atreus game. The only thing I remember Shinobi confirming is it's not. Thank you. Yeah, Dark, I don't know if it'll let you post it since you're not a mod, but let me know where you found it, or maybe you can try to, I don't know, contact one of my mods. Or you know what? I'll actually do this too. I'm going to post the Discord link. Sorry, I forgot to do that. I meant to do that earlier. By the way, if you guys want to join my Discord server, you don't have to be a member or anything of the channel. The Discord's just for everybody. If you want to hang out there, I'm going to post that in the chat. Irfan says you can email him too, but I'll post the Discord here. Here's the dream. Here's the dream. Atreus will embrace his Loki persona and we'll get a Nordic GTA. Whoa. Nordic GTA. Garrett, what's up, man? Okay, Clark. No. Clark, you're being mischievous today. Stop. Get that out of your mouth. Damn it, dude. Stop it. Sorry. I'm trying to engage with the chat here, but okay. You don't want to get God of War fatigue? Well, yeah, I mean, wait, Garrett, you haven't met Clark yet? Dude, that's so funny to me. Okay, well, Garrett, if you're unfamiliar, Clark is our newest cat. He's the newest addition to the family. We got him, like, I think at this point a couple months ago. He was a rescue. He was living on the streets. He's only 2 years old. He was living on the streets for basically his whole life. And he was at the shelter for like a week, and we decided to adopt him. And he's a really cool dude. I gotta tell you, man, I've said this a few times, but it's always worth saying again. For a cat that was living on the streets, and he was in like the ghetto, I told you guys that. He came from like bad streets. I was kind of expecting him to be antisocial, aggressive, all these negative traits, complete opposite. It's shocking. Like he's literally the nicest, most playful cat. I think he's like overly rambunctious a little bit. Maybe he got that from being on the streets, but he's just so sweet. Like he's just naturally a sweetheart. So that was cool. I just didn't expect that. Yeah, now we got 4 cats, bro. I got a whole cat posse. I gotta check out Blood Message. You need wireless headphones, man. I do. You would. I mean, I guess I do technically have wireless headphones I could use, but I like these ones because they wrap around the ear, and that's much more comfortable for me. But yeah, I should probably just get like wireless earbuds. Steven, you're saying just joined your Discord. It's out now. Thank you, Steven. I'm glad you joined. Yeah, I try to make sure at least once or twice a stream I post the Discord link, because I know there's a lot of people who are unaware that I even have a Discord, because I was against it for the longest time. And you know, it just goes to show, as soon as I joined Discord, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering if the MBG curse is real, as soon as I joined Discord after all this time, I'm like, finally, I'll give in, I'll do it. It's all falling apart. Apparently Discord is going to hell, so I'm sorry, man. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Sorry. He Clark was he was dry heaving a little bit. He was acting like he was going to throw up a hairball. So
So
had to
has
put him
either from
upstairs.
Trenton, Camden, Melville, Vineland in the South or Newark, Patterson, Elizabeth, Jersey City, East Orange, or Philly in PA.
Oh, hold on. I had my so he's either from Trenton, Camden, Millville, Vineland, or in the south of Newark, Peterson, Elizabeth, Jersey City, East Orange, or Philly in PA. Yeah, you would know, RichRod. You would know. RichRod keeps trying to dox me. Rich. That's funny though. Well, I mean that part, the doxing isn't funny, but Rich, you're it's just funny. All right. Do we have any update on when Shinobi? We're neighbor. Oh yeah, I forgot you live right behind me. Do we have any update on when or if Shinobi ever confirmed it's not an Atreus game? You know, let me look this up real quick. Type in, is Cory Barlog's new game an Atreus game? While not officially confirmed, strong speculation. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I have yet to see anything that confirms in any way, shape, or form that it's not an Atreus game. But, you know, I think some people would be very disappointed by that. But I would say try to keep an open mind, because my guess is that if Cory's team has been working on an Atreus game all this time, I have to imagine there's going to be a bit of a time jump. Not like a massive time jump, but, you know, enough to where I think Atreus, he's not going to seem like a, you know, like a teenager anymore. I think he's going to seem like a full-blown, like, grown man, you know, and I think there will be some significant changes. And, you know, I could just kind of see a situation where there's a time jump and this game is fully focused on Atreus, and we don't hear anything about Kratos at all. Kratos is just non-existent in this game. You know, the most you'll get is Loki like referencing him, you know, but he's been out. The assumption will be that he's been out on his own for a while and he's in contact with him, with Kratos and stuff like that. You know, it's not like they haven't talked or anything, but he's like really established his own life. And I think what'll happen is this game will just be totally separate from the events of God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018. And Atreus will almost seem, he won't be Atreus. He'll be like, that's Loki. He seems like a completely different character, and like it's a completely different setting. His combat is nothing like it was in God of War Ragnarok. And I think with the next God of War game, it'll be on the other side of that. The next God of War game will be Kratos, and it'll be all about what Kratos is up to, why he's still out here killing gods, you know, and it's just totally separate from anything that's going on with Loki / Atreus. I could see this happening. But I also can understand that for some people that might be like, damn, like it's still like kind of God of War though, you know? Still God of War. The Atreus actor is 20 years old now. If there is an Atreus game, I can see they make him like 18, 19 years old, young adult. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it also, exactly, the actual actor, Sonny Suljic, I think his name is, right? By this point, yeah, he's basically a grown adult. So that would line up perfectly as well. But I don't know. I just God, my nose, man, it's so stuffed. I just would be surprised if it was anything else. I have to say, I would be surprised because listen, I did not think it was an Atreus game, or sorry, a Loki game. I didn't think that until Jason Schreier said it's not a new IP. It's just going to feel like it is. And I'm like, what? I just don't see Cory Barlog just grabbing a random Sony property, and being like, I'm going to reinvent this now. I just don't see that happening. I mean, it could, of course, it's possible, but I'm like, that makes so much less sense than Cory being like, Atreus is the character that I created, and I want to continue with Atreus. Yeah, Mr. B. I think me and you are on the same page there. So I'm pretty convinced, man. It's gonna take a little bit of convincing for me to think it's not. I mean, if we get like Shinobi tomorrow or something, or Jason Schreier, he's like, it's not a Atreus game. Then I'm like, okay, shit, I was totally wrong. But nobody has, as far as I'm aware, nobody has rejected an Atreus game. No insider who knows what this game is, none of them have come out and said it's not a Loki / Atreus game. Clark, are you serious? Okay. Clark, he just wants to hang out with me today. That's fine. Just don't bite my headphones. An Atreus game would let Kratos be on his own in Egypt without needing to explain why his son is not there. Exactly. I just don't want Santa Monica to be the God of War only studio. They're too good to keep doing the same franchise over and over. I mean, you say that, but that's what they've been doing since 2005. And I want to point something out here. This is something that Irfan sent me earlier. I wasn't able to put it in my video today because it came out after I released my video. Oh, dude. Okay. Stop. Let go. Stop. Stop it. My God. I'm sorry, Clark. I know you want to play, but that's not a toy. Apparently we're finding out. Now I lost it. Here we go. Okay. Clark. So apparently it's been discovered through LinkedIn that God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok combined have generated over $1.4 billion in revenue for Sony and Santa Monica. And now there's speculation. It says it's estimated that God of War 2018 sold 25 million and Ragnarok 15 million. So 1.5 billion for 40 million sales seems to be very realistic. And what's interesting is apparently that 1.4 billion number was from 2023, potentially. So I'm highlighting this, and I think this is a good spot to point this out, because when you talk about the idea of Santa Monica, it's time for Kratos to find love in the next God of War game. Perhaps, yeah. It's that time again. When you talk about the idea of Santa Monica only working on God of War, they've only been working on God of War since 2005, and I actually think it makes complete sense when you consider just how successful it has been, where it's like, I mean, I'm always for studios trying new things and different things, but it's difficult for me considering how much I mean, there's a bias here. Considering how much I like God of War, I am okay with the idea of like, if you guys just want to keep expanding this universe and going in this direction, I'm cool with that. I don't feel as strongly about other franchises per se. If God of War was a franchise that I felt like fatigued from or tired of, I would obviously say the opposite. I would say, please make something new. But I do have a very strong feeling that if this is a Loki game that's being made, I think there's going to be major changes, and there's going to be a lot done to make it feel like this doesn't feel like God of War. it is in the God of War universe, but this does not feel like God of War. I think people are underestimating how far Santa Monica would go to make it feel very different, very distinct, and separate from what you already know. But there's another thing we have to talk about here. Didn't God of War Ragnarok sell 11 million copies in like 6 months? I think it was like 3 months. Yeah, Ragnarok sold really, really well. God of War 2018 and Ragnarok are like, I think, the biggest hits for Sony. Except for the only other game that I think sold more is Spider-Man. The Spider-Man series. Like Spider-Man 1 and 2 compared to God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. Well, Ghetto God, I'm not going to word it that way. Ghetto God's getting a little crazy up in here. But I will encourage you to hit the like button. First, the ending of Ragnarok clearly sets up Atreus for his own journey, but it feels like groundwork for something later, not the very next main project. It feels like a long-term setup. Also, Kratos is extremely popular from a business perspective. It would be surprising if Core's next big project completely sidelines him. Yeah, I don't know, but that's true. But at the same time, I feel like Cory Barlog, after what he did with God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, that whole Norse section, I feel like he had so much leverage. He could basically say, like, he could twist Sony's arm and be like, I want to do this.
Thank you
And
for
Sony
giving
will be
our
like,
new Guerrilla game so much praise.
Let him do it. I mean, it would be crazy for Sony to say no. That's because you are making sense there, but I just think that I just hope that whatever Cory Barlog's new game is, people give it a chance, because I feel like he's earned that. I feel like Santa Monica's earned that, where it's like, look, man, it's not like God of War Ragnarok wasn't a masterpiece. It absolutely was. God of War 2018, even more so, right? These games were incredible back to back. And it's like, I don't care what this game is, I'm going to give it a fair chance. Unless it's just like something insane that looks, I don't know, like I can't even imagine something they would show me that would make me go, ew, I don't want that. I'm not touching that. I mean, I guess there are some things I could imagine in my mind, but I have this base assumption that it's going to be at the very least cool. Like, it will be cool. It doesn't have to be this mind-blowing, like, oh my God, I would prefer it to be that, but I just don't expect something that's going to be like, nah, boring, like, I don't expect that at all. I expect at the bare minimum something good. And that's because I trust them. Not because it's like, you better deliver something good. No, it's because it's like, I have no reason to think otherwise. I think people are underestimating the insane popularity and hype a Loki game will have, starring Sonny Soljic. Completely different ability set, PS5 exclusive, could be revolutionary. I mean, dude, that's the energy I want to have. That's the energy I do have, where it's like, yeah, man, I'm expecting something like, if that's the direction they go in, like, people are going to be like, yo, what is this? Like, people aren't even going to realize it's Atreus at first. People aren't even going to realize it's God of War. They're not even going to realize it's Santa Monica. They're just going to be like, oh my God, what is this? And then, like, towards the end of the trailer, you're like, like, there's going to be just that kind of, like, jaw drop moment of, like, holy shit. I could see them doing that. Did you see the BS rumor on Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit? It's comical. Sorry, I'm mouth breathing so much. I feel like I'm like, oh. Wait. Oh, I see. You're baiting me. You're baiting me, JMR. You're like, did you see that BS rumor? Shinobi hint. Oh, what's Shinobi hint? Oh my God. Help. Help. My nose is so stuffed. Did I see the RE10 leak? I did, yeah. So here's the rumor. Omar Alumati who is, I believe, an insider. I don't. He writes in Arabic though, but he is an insider. I don't know if I trust him or not. He's been correct about some things. Like I've seen this guy pop up a couple times. He's got a few things right. The thing that interests me about this Omar Al-Ahmadi guy is the things that he's gotten right are like random ass things where I'm like, there would be no reason to make that up because it's not that big of a deal, but you got it right. So it's like, okay. He's gotten some things wrong though. Wait. No, did he get it wrong? I remember there was Clark. There was a game he said was going to come to Xbox. Was it Helldivers? Did he get that right? I don't know, man. Anyway, how come nobody's talking about the God of War game that just came out? I mean, I'm not playing it. I've heard mixed things about it. I'm not playing it because it's not my game. Like I'm not even going to front. Like I don't play games like that. I'm not into 2D sides. I'm not into Metroidvania games like that. And I don't want to just play it because it's God of War because I just don't think I'm going to enjoy it, you know? But I think it's cool that they're doing different stuff like that. You remember somebody said Spider-Man was coming to Xbox? I'm trying to remember if that's what he said. But I know he's gotten some stuff correct. He said the last State of Play wasn't even the best one of the year. So they know what's in the next State of Play, even when Sony probably hasn't even finalized it yet. Okay, the dude knows more than Sony, so we better listen. I mean, I don't think you should hang on to that rumor too much. Like, I just think it's I mean, like, if you were to tell me, guess what? Not God of War. Sony's going to have an even better State of Play later this year. I'd be like, I could see it. I could see it. I could. MBG was a huge mistake for the God of War 2D game, locking co-op. Yeah, that was I'm not sure why they did that, dude. Apparently you can only unlock co-op in the God of War Sons of Sparta game after beating it in single player first. And I think the big problem is when the game shadow dropped on the store, it didn't say that. On the store, it just said 2-player co-op. So a lot of people bought it thinking that. Do you see the reset error link? Okay, so Dark Egon, it won't let you post a link since you're not a mod in my chat, but maybe you can send it to, I don't know if you're in my Discord. You could post it on Discord. If you're not on my Discord, Irfan said you could email him the link, and then Irfan can post it, because I really want to see it. I wish there was a way for me to let you just post it in the chat, but YouTube won't let me. Or you could email me. You could email me as well. But there you go. Irfan just dropped his email if you want to send it to that, and then he can link it for me. I got to see this. Yeah, I got to see it. Thank you, Dark. I appreciate that. No, I'm going to end up breaking YouTube's system if I do that. By the way, guys, we're at 135 likes. Thank you, guys, so much for that. If you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button. I want to see if we can push to get to 150 likes. Liking the stream helps way more than you know. So please take a moment and do that. I'd very much appreciate it. Let me see here. What else? Oh, yeah, by the way, guys, speaking of the State of Play, I don't know if you know this or not. I did cover this briefly in my video, but this State of Play was Sony's most viewed ever. The previous record holder was the state of play that we got in June of 2025, and that sat at 3 million views after all this time. The state of play that Sony did yesterday, or the day before, I mean, that hit 3 million views in like 24 hours. I think it's at like 3.2 or 3.3. And that's on like the mainstream on the main PlayStation channel. And I just think that's a good sign. You know, it's good because it means that, well, you know, people are tuning in because they're excited. It means Sony's doing a better job with these shows to make it so they're bringing people in and not losing people. And I think that makes sense because if they're not going to bring showcases back, then yeah, they're going to have these like really strong state of plays consistently throughout the year. And I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. It's really starting to grow on me where I'm like, this is kind of awesome. It is. It's kind of awesome to see how great this show was and to know that in like 3 to 4 months time, we're going to get another one. I don't know if the next one we get will be as good, but I'm feeling confident. You know, it's like the last couple state of plays we've gotten were all really good. And I think Sony finally found their flow here with the state of plays, and I'm all for it. We have I don't know if this played already. I missed it 10 minutes ago. See, I took my headphones off because Clark was trying to eat them. I got a direct donation from Herman Holst himself.
PlayStation has been defining the gaming industry for the
I
past
think that was
3
Machino.
decades.
I had one job. To play the Herman Holst soundbite.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Herman Holst with a $20 direct donation says, "Thank you for giving our new Guerrilla game so much praise." You're welcome, Herman. You're welcome. I call it constructive criticism. I see what you're trying to do, Herman. Herman's trying to derail my stream. He's like, why don't you talk about that Guerrilla Games, new Horizon title? Solid Snake for Rainbow Six Siege trailer just dropped. I'll check it out at the end of the stream. I didn't know that was dropping today. The Herminator. I can't, dude, I'm so hyped. Oh, speaking of Metal Gear Solid, did you guys see that Konami confirmed? So they put up the listing so you can pre-order it now for Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. And dude, they had it listed on there like 6 players multiplayer. And I'm like, what? I'm freaking out a little bit because for anybody who played Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, it shipped with Metal Gear Online 2. And it was so good. It was so good. I talked about it on the channel before, but it was just so ahead of its time. It was so quirky and it so good. So good. The PS3 was my Metal Gear Solid 4 machine and my Metal Gear Online machine. Irfan, thank you. And Dark Bro, thank you for sending that to him. I'll check that out in just a second. I got so excited. I know. Scissorman, I know. And then they confirmed it's like, oh no, that's for Peace Walker. And I'm like, I know Peace Walker had multiplayer, but like, so wait, let me get this straight. You're keeping the multiplayer for Peace Walker, but when it comes to the Metal Gear Online mode that shipped with MGS4, that's just a no-go. And I get that, like, with Peace Walker, it's like, well, it's a co-op type of game. Peace Walker's kind of like Monster Hunter in a way, which is crazy. It's so crazy to think. Like, it's so awesome. But it is. It's kind of like Monster Hunter, except instead of hunting monsters, you're hunting, like, tanks and shit and helicopters. It's really, really interesting when you think about it. And the game can be played cooperatively, but what I remember about Peace Walker, and this is what disturbs my soul, Peace Walker had a multiplayer mode. And it was 6 players. It was like 3v3. And it was awful. I mean, it was awful, bro. And I'm like, you are really going to tell me right now, Konami. You're going to tell me that you're like, yeah, just keep that in there. But the one that every Metal Gear fan wants, you're like, cut that. Get that out. I'm not trying. Listen, I know I sound like a baby because it's like, can't you just be grateful to MGS4? I am. I'm grateful for the whole thing. But when I saw that, I'm like, of course you did. Like, of course you did that, Konami. Of course you did. Why wouldn't you do that? Why can we never have anything good? Like, I played the Fox Hunt mode for Metal Gear Delta. I put like 100 hours into it, and they just abandoned it, dude. Like, they literally did. I was like, oh, they'll surely update it every couple of months. Take those words out of your mouth. I thought that they were going to update. They didn't. They're like, no, we're not updating it. Goodbye. And I'm like, okay, Konami. I know what to expect with them now. But you know what they'll do? They'll be like, oh, we're going to update the Peace Walker multiplayer. Anyway, let's go see. My sinuses. Okay. Oh, whoa. October 4th, 2025. Reset error forums. Somebody, Kaiser Starkey, says, considering what Cory Barlog told Eric Williams about what absolutely had to happen in the latest God of War, and given that Cory's game will not be a new IP, but could pass for one, I think a game with Atreus as the main character is probably a good bet. And Shinobi posted, I love how he used a GIF of he used a GIF from Dumb and Dumber 2, and he's going, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" Ooh, okay. I don't know. Fuck. What is it? Wait, is he trolling? I don't know. Like, I don't know. This could be read a few ways. That's rough. He could be trolling though. He could be trying to throw people off the scent. Because he's not saying no. But he's just like, how sure are you? And I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I'm feeling pretty sure. Oh no, now I'm all messed up though. If he's trying to throw me off, he really did. I never knew that he posted that. That's a good find. Thank you for that. I had no idea that existed, Dark Egon. I would have never known. I'd be still sitting here being like, it's Atreus. It's an Atreus game. Oh shit. Oh man, I feel like I'm back to square one again. What the hell else could it be? What could it be? Do you think it's a license? I think it was confirmed it wasn't a licensed game, right? If it's not God of War, then it's an existing IP. What could it possibly be then? I know. I don't understand. I mean, what's an IP that Sony owns that we could see Cory Barlog wanting to completely reinvent? No, it wouldn't be Twisted Metal. God of War Egypt with Kratos. Oh my God. Whoa. Hold on. Oh, hold on. It's Bloodborne. No, no, I'm just kidding. No, but really. Who just said that? Who said that? Dark Egon, you're saying God of War Egypt with Kratos. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, that's it. Yeah, it's like, guys, he's fucking making God of War. The new one. It's going to feel different. Okay. Hold on. I think I know what may have went terribly wrong here. Resistance? No. He's not making Resistance. So I have been under the impression this whole time, as I think many of you have as well, that there were always like 2 separate games in development. Game number 1 is the next mainline God of War. Game number 2 is Cory Barlog's new game. Now I'm like, wait, what if it was never that? It was always just, it's the next God of War. That's all it was this whole time. Like, that's what Cory was making. Because think about it. Jason Schreier says it's not a new IP, guys. And it's not sci-fi. Like, why would anybody think this man is making a sci-fi game? Granted, Cory was trolling the shit out of us, absolutely signaling that's what he's making. But he's like, it's not a new IP. It's just going to seem like, it's going to feel like one. It's going to feel like a new IP. Irfan, you're like, no, it's not. Irfan's like, no. They're not going to reveal another God of War this year. Come on, bro. But like, I don't know. Now I'm all messed up because it's like, wait, what if there was never 2 games? Because like, think about it. The implication is that there's 2 AAA games in development at one time. Maybe that was never realistic. Are you sure? Oh, I'm all messed up now, man. I feel like I'm back to the abandoned days, you know? Now I'm like trying to connect all the dots. I do remember one leak. I remember one leak from another insider that could give us a little hint that it's not God of War. Maybe it's a trilogy remake. No, I think Shinobi confirmed it's not the trilogy remake. We have a Bad to the Bone with a super chat. Thank you, buddy, saying MBG, God willing, it's not an Atreus game. What an annoying, terrible character. His bits ruined Ragnarok for me. Wish it was just Kratos again. Well, yeah, I guess I didn't consider the idea that there are people who really absolutely don't want an Atreus game. Well, you're in luck, Bad to the Bone, because it seems like it. I think it's not an Atreus game. No drip today. Can you stop attacking me, Clark? See, this is what I mean. He's a sweet cat, but he's from the streets. Sometimes he just wants to attack. He's got that RichRod energy. He just wants to be violent. What is this? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Irfan. We're just talking in circles now. Okay, well, I want to bring up one other thing. That's true. You're saying we got to get Johnny P in here. I think Johnny P made MBG sick. I think that Xbox toast made me sick, bro. I thought everything was going to be fine. I woke up the next day. I was so messed up, and I still am. I got like a head cold. Xbox toast make me sick. You got sick too? I made some of my viewers sick as well. I'm sorry. Saying Insider Gaming said Kratos has an Egyptian sword in the new game. That's true too. The toast was cursed. Yeah, Microsoft was like, return the toast or suffer the consequences. Maybe he wants to bring back Connecticut. Oh my God. Oh no. Why does that sound plausible? Fred, stop cursing it. Stop making it even more cursed. Choose violence. Courage reference. Yeah. I don't break those out very often. There's another insider. I'm sorry, guys. It feels like I have plugs up my nose. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Tokyo Jungle 2. Whew. All right. I think I'm good. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Ashang. You guys know the insider named Ashang? Michael, you're saying I look worse than normal? What do you... Hey. Michael, you know I'm beautiful at all times. How dare you? Rose hitting his head. Insider Ashang said a few years back in reference to Cory Barlog's game, he basically said at first he was like, really? Like he was surprised that that's what Cory was making. But then he said, I thought about it more and I was like, you know what? That could work. That's what makes me think it's definitely not God of War. Because that's one of the only other people that we know of that knows what this game is. MBG is a stud with the stash, man. Thank you. Steelers know. He knows what's up. He's making Abandoned. Don't even joke. Don't even joke. David Jaffe is the creator of God of War. Yeah, I know. I know. I saw he was in the news recently for like absolutely obliterating this new God of War side scroller. I'm like, come on, man. Who cares? Like, it's not that serious. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess he's the creator, so. I just heard from my totally real sources, Cory is bringing back Lair. I can't believe it. Lair, baby. Let's go. We've been waiting. Technically, a Loki game would be a new IP. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Shinobi might be trolling. He's like, are you sure? Are you sure it's an Atreus game? And not a Loki game? Neo says, let me cook for a second, MEG. Cook, Neo. Please. I'm like mouth breathing. I'm like, cook. I'm tired of these fanboys. Always messing up my vibe. Oh, God. I didn't think it would get this bad while during the stream. The Order 2 Abandoned. We're reaching so hard, it's not even funny. A Heavenly Sword sequel. MEG, you need nasal spray. I do need nasal spray. I mean, at some point, it's just going to release, you know? You know how it is. It'll just, and there it is. Just, finally. You need tea, hot tea or water. I ain't going to make it to the reveal, man. What if it's a God of War game, meaning that it isn't a new IP, but you play as Tyr, and it's a prequel to the reboot games that takes place in Egypt? Oh my God, that would be something. I don't know if I would feel excited about that. It is a huge reach, but oh my God, dude. Do you know what the funniest thing about that is? They could still call it God of War. It's like, but, you know, it's like not a new IP because you are still playing as a God of War. That would be crazy. Neo, I think you cooked a little bit. MBG now means mouth breathing gamer. Banned, Fred. Do you remember there were rumors he's working on a new game with Warcraft director Duncan Jones? No, I never heard about that. Well, either way, we should probably move on from that because it's clear we're not getting anywhere with this. But make no mistake, the big takeaway here is there is a game. That's right. There is a video game in development, but the big thing is apparently it's going to get announced this summer. That's what we're hearing, and it sounds like Sony does have another big reveal planned. I just hope it lives up, and we'll see if anybody here's right. Neo's going to end up being right. Somebody's going to end up being right. Or maybe we're all wrong. Maybe nobody's guessed it yet. But drink tea with ginger pieces or honey mixed with lemon. Your sickness will go away. Nah, man, I'm just going to keep drinking my coffee, you know? Oh, God. Let's see. What did you send me here? Or like, Irfan, what am I looking for here? I am a mouth breather now. Chat, where's the best place to trade in my car for the highest value? Michael must know. Medical grade honey would actually help right now. It's like $100 a tube for the decent stuff. Jeez. You ever have Manuka honey? Pretty good. Director Duncan Jones on Cory Barlog, quote, if you think God of War is his magnum opus, just you wait. How long ago was that? I was back in 2018? No way. Oh my God, that's so long ago. Wow. November 2018. How long has this game been in development, man? What? That's crazy. Bro was hyping up this game in 2018. That's some crazy hype. That's some lethal hype right there. Oh, if you thought God of War 2018 was his magnum opus, just you wait. Cory had hair back then. Clark, you're falling, Clark. You're gonna fall off my leg, and then you're gonna scratch my leg. Well, we should probably talk about some of the other. So we're gonna continue to talk about God of War, but now I want to talk about. Let's talk about the remake trilogy. Okay. Before we do that, though, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button if you haven't. We did hit 151 likes. Keep it up. I want to push real hard to see if we could get to 200 likes before the stream wraps up today, whenever it does wrap up. So that's what we're pushing for. Yeah, 10-year development cycle, dude. Oh, what is happening? Yeah, listen to Irfan. Let's talk about the remake trilogy. Clark, you're going to fall, man. And you're going to hurt me when you do. Boy. I have to eject, Clark. Hold on. Get out. Get. Bro scratched my finger. Got some sharp-ass claws, man. Yeah, I don't know. He's just laying on my lap, but he's like hanging off. And I'm like, this is extremely uncomfortable. All right. Michael wants to talk about. Yeah, we got to talk about the elephant in the room here.
By Druckmann, and Kratos will have on a
Get
skirt
some
and
antiseptic
go by
on that
Cradle of the
immediately
Bad Bitch.
today.
Revive factions with no fruit nuggets.
Should I be worried? Uh-oh. I think I'll be okay. It's like tomorrow I'm like, I didn't put the antiseptic on. Michael wants to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is, are they going to censor the God of War Remake Trilogy? Rich, I'm sorry, man. I didn't hear it go off. Yeah, I took my headphones off. And next God of War is being co-produced by Druckmann, and Kratos will have on a skirt and go by Kratola. No way. The bad bitch revive factions with no fruit nuggets. Critola. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Neil Druckmann, stop ruining everything. Yo, you know what I saw trending on Twitter though? Not to get all controversial up in here, but I saw something trending on Twitter where it was like asking AI to take certain like attractive, like relatively attractive or just overtly attractive video game, female video game protagonists and saying, make them look like Naughty Dog developed them. And it's like, goddamn, bro. It made me realize like it's true. It's true. It's not that serious most of the time, or maybe all the time. It's not that serious, but it's true, man. I'm like, it's just why? Like, I'm not, you don't have to make every character a thirst trap or anything like that, but just come on, man. Critola. All right. When it comes to the God of War Remake Trilogy, there's a couple of things here. I'll be honest with you. I think it's weird. I'm just being honest. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody but myself here. Just got to be 100 with you guys. I think it's crazy. Like, I don't know what is happening to people's brains that when they hear about the God of War Remake Trilogy, the first thing they are thinking is that. I'm like, okay, all right. I thought these games were a lot more than that. I'm just saying. It's not like it's something that shouldn't be thought about, but I was surprised. Like, people are getting kind of crazy. People are unwell in the year 2026. Those are the main parts of the game. Yeah, of course, Surfin. Don't touch perfection. I just think it's like, I've seen some crazy replies from people where it's like, you see PlayStation post on Twitter where they're like, we've announced the God of War Remake Trilogy. And the first comment I see with multiple upvotes is like, so help me God, if you even remotely censor this game, I am not buying it. And it's like, guys, can we just like acknowledge the announcement first, like before we go there? But yeah, I've seen some of the scenes, and so what I will say is I don't think they're going to get, I guess it depends on what I guess it technically would count as censorship, but they're definitely getting changed. Yeah, like 100%. And anybody who thinks they're not is crazy. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you expect them to keep it as it is without changing anything, then stop being hyped for the game. Stop paying attention. This game isn't for you. Go play the original and goon to that, okay? This is a remake, though, and that's the big thing here. I think there's much more important conversations to be had about this being a remake trilogy, because that's the thing. People are saying, don't change this, don't change that, keep all this like that, and it's like, you're asking for ports. You're asking for ports. They're not doing that. Which is surprising. I would have thought that if they were going to announce a remake or a trilogy of any kind, I thought it just would have been a remaster trilogy, but they're not doing that. With this being a full-blown remake, every game getting remade, I expect there's going to be massive changes. Like, changes that I do anticipate people are going to, like, flip the F out over. Although there could be maybe an in-between. But, and I want to make it clear, by the way, I probably should have made this clear. The changes that I'm referring to when it comes to the areas of the game that people are afraid they're going to censor doesn't mean they will censor them. I just think, like, dude, if you go watch the was the Aphrodite scene or whatever. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's absolutely crazy. And I think the whole idea of them wanting to remake the original trilogy is they want to reach an even more like grounded tone, if possible. I think the original games, they're over the top in ways that 2018 and, Ragnarok are not. And I think they'll maintain that. But I don't know so like if you imagine that scene in particular, I don't think it'll be so much that they'll censor it as much as they might just change it to make it less ridiculous. Does that make sense? Where it's like I purposely went and watched this scene because if I saw people they would not stop talking about it. I'm like, what the hell is this scene that everybody keeps making jokes about it and everybody keeps saying they're going to censor it. I'm like, what the hell did I miss here? And yeah, it's it's kind of crazy. Not because of the nudity or even like what's happening. To me, the crazy part was like we're making a mini game where there's basically like two women here. And like as you're doing all the button prompts and doing the crazy stuff with the stick, I'm like, that's wild, bro, that they're doing that. And they're like getting more and more like heated up, and I'm like, I just struggle to imagine that. Like I'm trying really hard to picture a remake that's coming out and taking itself super seriously, cutting edge graphics. I mean, this is going to be a PS6 game, the best graphics we've ever seen. And I just feel certain that not that they will like censor it where it's like no more naked women or Kratos ain't doing nothing to no one, not like that. But I just think they're not going to make it. I don't know how they would change it, but I'm just like that. It would all on the flip side of that, it would be funny as hell if they just kept it. I'm not going to lie. Like you just got this crazy PS6 best looking graphics you've ever seen game. And they're just like, we're just keeping this. That would be funny as hell. But I just don't think they're going to do that. But I do think that's one of many changes that are going to be made to the original trilogy here. And I think one of the biggest things that people are already arguing about, even more than this. Wait, hold on. You're saying according to David Jaffe, Cory was the one who designed those mini games. So long as Cory's at the studio, those mini games will be in the remakes too. Ain't no way. He outed Cory. That's so funny. If that's true, that's so funny, man. Exactly. It's what you're saying, Nate Trippy. People are now wondering if they're going to change the camera angle, if they're going to keep the combat the same. And I feel like, because I was really thinking about this, I'm like, those are some big questions. There's a lot going on there. We're like, I don't know. People are very divided on this. But my gut tells me that if they had no intention, right, exactly. But topless Abby's okay. They had no intention. If they had no intention of making significant changes to the camera, the gameplay, and the entire package, then they wouldn't call it a remake. They would port them. That's what they would do. They would port the games. When they say it's going to be remade, I mean, I'm now anticipating that it's going to be more in line with God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. I agree with that, though. You're saying they should do both. I think they should. This is tough, though, because the biggest challenge, I think, with the God of War remakes is God of War 1 through 3 is just generally a more arcade-like feeling game. That's the best way I could describe it compared to God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. A lot of people who love the gameplay of the original trilogy do not like the newer games as much because they feel that the newer games are more constrained more, they're less art. They feel heavier. Kratos feels very heavy compared to like in the other games. He feels very light and fluid, and like he could just he's all over the place. You know what I mean? In the new game, while I think the new games, the combat is insane and still I think over the top in many ways. There's just no denying that it just feels heavier. It just feels more weighty. It feels like more punchy, but the original games, I think even though it felt more arcade like, and you were, I want to say floaty isn't the word. I just think Kratos just felt more aerodynamic, basically. Like he just felt like he was all over the place, like I said, but it didn't necessarily take away from the brutality, like he was insanely fast, but insanely brutal and lethal. And in the newer games, he feels less fat. He feels like he lost the speed factor, I would say, in exchange for, every hit feels like it's maybe hitting a little bit harder or something like that. So when we talk about the idea of with the God of War Remake Trilogy blending, like offering both, I don't know how you would do that without making two completely separate games. And so I think that no matter what happens, there's going to be some level of controversy with this between, they need to double down and add more, more of that. I think there's going to be some level of controversy no matter what, man, where some people are going to be upset by some of the changes they make. Some people are going to prefer the changes they make, but they're not going to be able to please everybody. Because I just think that if you're expecting them to not change the combat at all and to not change the camera angle at all, well, I mean, yeah, somebody mentioned, if you look at Demon's Souls is like a 1-to-1 remake. I mean, look, man, they could listen. I could be wrong. I'm wrong many times. They could just do a 1-to-1 remake, and it's literally just we're giving it the best possible graphics. That to me is a safer direction to go in, because I feel like, you don't risk upsetting people, because it's like, well, if you were afraid we would change it too much, we didn't change anything. It's all still there. But I have this feeling that for Sony, and maybe for Santa Monica, the God of War Remake Trilogy it's a really big deal for them, where I think they want to, I'm going to be honest, I think they're looking at it as an opportunity to kind of like, it's a second opportunity. Like I would assume it's going to be more in line with something like FF7 Remake. Something like that, where I think they want to make big changes. I think they want to maybe even expand things, potentially. I do not see them just keeping it as is. I don't know why. I just don't get the vibe. I just feel like that's the opposite of what they want to do. And if they did do that, I would be a little bit surprised. I'd be like, oh, okay. I was not expecting that. I would have no problem with it. I'd be like, that's great. But I very much get the way they're talking about it is why I'm getting that vibe. They're really making it sound like this is a massive project. This is like a big undertaking, and it's going to be a long time. Like this is going to be like a mid PS6 game. I also have another thing I want to add to this, though, and it's my theory that I think Bluepoint is the one doing this. And a lot of people were saying, no, it's not Bluepoint, because when it was announced, they didn't show the Bluepoint Games logo. And I'm like, yeah, but they also didn't show the Bluepoint Games logo for the majority of the time they showed off God of War Ragnarok. And you would never know that Bluepoint Games spent 2 years solely working on that game, helping them and being a support studio. Eventually, we found out that Bluepoint was part of the development team there working on Ragnarok. But what I think is that's who's going to handle it. And I think Santa Monica will help. But I think Bluepoint's going to handle the heavy lifting and do most of it. But I think we'll find out later on. The trailer on YouTube is titled PS5 games. I mean, it'll be cross-gen, I would assume. Yeah. I think it's going to be a PS6 game, but when it comes out, I think it'll also be available on PS5. I just mean it's like many years away, I think. World premiere
they will recreate
on the AI
first
channel.
3
We'll
games
see,
and sell it
Rich.
as a
We'll
whole
see.
package. Otherwise, it would take 15 years if 3 games need 5 years.
We
each.
have Titus coming in with a $10 direct donation. I have the text to speech on, but I didn't actually hear what it said. So it said, I have the feeling that they will recreate the first 3 games and sell it as a whole package. Otherwise, it would take 15 years if 3 games need 5 each. And that's another question, right? Is this one big package, or is this, 3 separate games? I think, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I think on this one. And RichRod comes in. RichRod, your money's no good here. These memberships don't count. I'm just kidding. We got RichRod coming in. He's opening up a 5-pack for you guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He must really want me to play his song. He's like, I'll pay the tax. All right, Rich. All right. I got you, man. I'll make sure we play it. $2 direct donations. I'll always take them. You know I love them, Rich. But Rich knows, he's like, I know how to get him to play my song. Thank you, man. And this absolutely has to be Rich's sound. I know this is Hellbound soundbite, but it also, I think it's applicable to Bird. And we're now at 30 members on the day. Thank you for that, guys. Well, yeah, we'll see if we can keep it going. Get a member train rolling. But yeah, Titus, dude, I don't know. I don't know. All right, so when I think about it, if they were like, we're going to make sure we announce our God of War remake trilogy, I'm thinking it might just be one big package, perhaps. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know what to think on this one. Out of everything we've discussed regarding this remake trilogy, this is like the biggest thing I'm torn on. We're like, I don't know what would be the better way to handle this. I think it probably comes down to if they're planning on expanding it. If they're planning on changing things drastically and expanding certain areas, then you could probably bet on it being individual games. But if they're like, no, we're just going to keep the exact same scope and scale, and it'll be closer to a 1-to-1 remake, I could see it being just one big game or like one big package. And we have Kaz Jam with a $5 super chat. He says the gameplay may be more like DMC5. They're hack and slash overall. They would have to change that genre completely if they were to redo the combat. Agreed. Yeah, I do think that this is just one of these decisions where it's like they have to decide, like, are you sticking with the tried and true classic combat, or if you're going to change it, you have to adhere to what was established in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. Because I do feel like even though there is some level of overlap, but it's so minimal that, it feels like practically 2 different genres. Almost, that's how different the combat feels. Am I excited for TA DOA 7? Not in particular, Jenna Hayes. Not in particular. And Irfan, what is this? 35 minutes ago, somebody... Oh, wow, okay. Here we go. Somebody posted about Cory Barlog / Santa Monica Studios' next project, Everything We Know.
Games were planned as
a compilation of details by reliable sources on Santa Monica's next big project, which would be set to release after God of War Ragnarok and before the God of War Trilogy remake. Jason Schreier has confirmed that Cory Barlog is the director. Cory Barlog, his game is Santa Monica's next big thing. The last time I spoke to anybody about it, a month or 2 ago, it was going well. It's not a new IP or a sci-fi IP. He says it's not a new IP, but it might feel like one. That's why so many people are confused. He says the sci-fi stuff is nonsense. We have insider Ashong. He suggests that it's actually going to be an open world game. He says, quote, well, they can't be inspired by Naughty Dog, so what is next? Ubisoft open worlds? I'm kidding. And then Ashong put the bulging eyes emoji. Ashong confirmed it's not a licensed IP, so it's not a licensed game. Tom Henderson claims that the new mainline God of War game is in the works, and it has Egyptian elements. He says that Kratos will wield a curved Egyptian sword. Shinobi 602 suggests that it's not an Atreus-focused title, but he stopped short of confirming it. He said it should be. He suggests it's going to be a 2027 release with a reveal coming this year. Nate the Hate claims that the reveal is scheduled for 2027. Interesting. This is a good compilation. I mean, yeah, I feel like it's a compilation of everything we almost everything we covered today. Dark Egon, you're saying if it's one big package, they're 100% not changing gameplay, only graphics. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that'll be the telltale sign if we find out that it's just going to be each individual game remade.
Therefore, I don't think they will create three different games, but we'll see. Haha.
Like, I think you're close to a reimagining.
The limit of letters on Streamlabs.
Now they are calling it remake, but we've seen instances where the term remake has been used, but it falls much closer to what you would consider a reimagining. So, the concept of new IP addresses in gaming is often misunderstood. Yeah, that's like the most AI. We got an AI in the chat? What? What's up with that AI response? What? FF7 Remake is like that. Totally different than the original in a lot of ways. Yeah. You're hoping that the God of War remakes are full RE2 style ground up remakes. Oh, and Titus, I'm sorry, buddy. God, I'm getting like so many direct donations today. I should have kept my headphones in. Titus dropped 2 more direct donations. Thank you for that, man. He says, do you remember that they said that the Norse mythology games were planned as a trilogy as well, but they didn't want people to wait 15 years to complete it. Therefore, I don't think they will create 3 different games, but we'll see. And you're laughing, saying, P.S., please increase the limit of the letters on Streamlabs. I am so afraid to do that, Titus. I am. Like, I want to, but Rich has me terrified to do that. Although, am I able to increase it for higher denominations? I'll have to look into that, because that's how it is on YouTube. I guess I just assumed it was like that on Streamlabs as well. Maybe it's not. Maybe I have to manually do that. But Titus, either way, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the direct donations, and thank you guys for all your support today. I don't know how long the stream will be, but we're doing good. We're sitting at 30 members on the day, which is very good. We crushed 1 goal. We'll see if we can make our way to a second goal before it's all said and done. Get some reps in at the end of the stream. Hopefully that'll clear my nostrils. And continue to hit that like button. Guys, we're making good progress. My goal is to hit 200 likes before today's stream ends. We're sitting at 167, so we are like 33 away. So if you haven't hit that like button, please take a moment to do that. God of War 1 is God of War 1. I can't see it flopping, whatever happens, unless Microsoft makes it. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's interesting when you look at the reactions from people, because I think you will see quite a few people that are like, yeah, I want to see like a full-blown reimagining. Like, I want to see them make some big changes. And you'll see just as many people being like, absolutely not. Like you're seeing a lot of people basically like, if you mess this up, bro. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe the reason why they didn't announce Bluepoint is the one doing it, even though they very likely are, is because maybe Bluepoint, maybe they have to be more of a support studio on this one where, you know, I think if it was like, we need you to do a 1-to-1 remake like Demon Souls, I think Bluepoint could handle that. But if it was like, we're planning on like doing some big changes, I think Bluepoint would not be equipped for that. I think that's where Bluepoint would need to be working directly with Santa Monica, and Santa Monica would have to be handling a lot of those bigger changes. I don't think that I don't think Bluepoint could do that on their own. I think it would be too risky. Where it's like, this project is too important to, you know, if you're not doing a 1-to-1 remake, it's too important to leave those changes up to a studio that, I mean, you know, frankly, has never made a God of War game, right? I love Bluepoint. I think Bluepoint's a fantastic studio, but their expertise is in remaking games and remastering games. They never really did anything. They never really did anything original, but they also never really made big changes to any of the remakes that they've done. And granted, they haven't had to. So that could be another reason why, if Bluepoint Games is the one working on these games, they're not doing it. It is more of a collaborative project with Santa Monica. That would make a lot of sense because they are planning on big changes. But there's always the chance that Bluepoint Games is not working on it. But dude, I have no idea what else they would be doing. Keep in mind, the last Bluepoint Games job listing we got was like a couple months ago, and it confirmed they're working on a new game, and it said that they're working on a melee-based action game with puzzles. You know, that has some puzzles in it. And I'm like, that's God of War. Like, I'm not. It's not Uncharted, because Uncharted's not melee-based. It's not Bloodborne, because Bloodborne doesn't really have puzzles. Not in the way that you wouldn't list that, you know what I mean, in the description. So I absolutely think that's what Bluepoint's working on. But would literally be changing genres if they changed the camera angle. It was perfect like it is. It wasn't like janky ass early Silent Hill or RE games camera. Well, I would say if you're a big God of War fan, specifically of the original games, I would say just brace yourselves just in case, because I just have this feeling that I think they're gonna overhaul it, man. Like I think it's gonna be a from the ground up remake that veers closer to reimagining rather than full blown, or rather than like a 1-to-1. That's my guess. I mean, if they want to go all the way, they could build like 2 versions of it. You know what they could do if they really wanted to satisfy everybody? It would be interesting to do it this way, but so let's just say like God of War, let's say they do it each individual game, and they're getting ready to release the God of War 1 remake, and it's like practically a reimagining. And they changed the camera angle, the combat's totally different. What they could do is like, when you buy a copy of it, you also get a remastered copy of God of War 1. I mean, that would solve the problem. Where it's like, oh, or you know what, they could it wouldn't make sense to do this, I suppose, but they could just sell it separately. Yeah, that gets kind of messy. But just the idea that like they will offer an alternative where it's like, if you don't want the reimagining / remake, we just did a port of the original game where it's 4K 60 FPS. You know, there you go. They could do that, and I feel like that would kind of, alleviate the problem of they changed too much. So it's like, oh well, here you go. Here's it not changed. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. They did say it's very early. They made it very clear that it's going to be years before we see it again. So you're not buying it unless they change the camera angle in combat. Interesting. That's a very interesting, It just goes, yeah, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. They're going to make it a side scroller. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Well, I do want to talk about some of the other games that were shown off at the State of Play. So let me close a couple of these tabs. Hold on. Oh wait, yeah, there's the Solid Snake reveal in Rainbow Six. Yeah, well, I'll have to watch that trailer at the end. At the end of today's stream, I'll watch the Rainbow Six trailer and we'll play RichRod's song. But I'm trying to. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about some of the other games that were at the State of Play. Let's start with Kana. Let's talk about Kana. I feel like this game's going under the radar, man, and I feel kind of bad because I don't know. Like, I guess it's not going too under the radar, but over on the PlayStation YouTube channel, Kana Scars of Kazmora announcement trailer 2 days ago, 500,000 views. I mean, that's pretty good, especially since it's still an indie title. But I want to talk about this game for just a couple minutes because I feel like, man, this might have been possibly the most surprising reveal of the whole show, and it was the opener. And if you recall, Kana Bridge of Spirits was such a strong title for the PS5. It was a launch window title, and people were so impressed by it because, well, the studio was unknown, Ember Lab. It was their first time ever making a game, and they knocked it out of the park. I did play Kana Bridge of Spirits. I didn't platinum it, but I played it, I beat it, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. Looking back at it, I probably should have put more time into it, but yeah, I do distinctly remember feeling like, wow, that it was like hard to believe that was their first ever game, you know? Tarnished, you're saying you're so sick, fever, headache, and tremors. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I was sick yesterday and the day before. I got sick right after we finished streaming, basically, that night. I think it was the Xbox toast that made me sick, but yeah, take care of yourself. It's definitely a lot of viruses going around right now. But yeah, one of the things I want to talk about with Kana is how they made it clear that they're partnered with PlayStation again. And my understanding is that PlayStation XDev is acting as a major support studio for this game. Let me see if I can find. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, we're going to have an interesting conversation tomorrow. Where's this information? There's a report here from Insider Gaming. I'm not going to cover this now. I'll save it for tomorrow. PlayStation 6 will not be using full RDNA 5 GPU architecture, it's claimed. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Does this sound familiar to you guys? Is this ringing a bell? What does this remind you of? Gothmog, meanwhile, says he wants some pancakes. We'll save that for tomorrow. Yeah, here we go again. I don't want to get too distracted, though. I'm trying to find. There was some interesting information, I thought, that I came across for Kana, and I wanted to go over it with you, but Unfortunately, I did not have it prepared. Was it Okami who did it? Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm slacking again. I'm underprepared. Here we go. Okay, so this information was gathered by Okami on Twitter. It says Kena Scars of Kazumura, Pixar movie quality animation. It's set on a new island called Kazumura. They're partnered with PlayStation Studios, and it has empowered them to create an even larger world. So the way I read that is this is once again PlayStation getting more directly involved with this game and encouraging them, like, let's increase the size and the scope. You know, let's make it bigger. And I definitely got that vibe from the trailer. Combat now has elemental status effects. You fight alongside elemental companions that travel and grow with you over time. Now that sounds like a major game changer. That aspect of Kena sounds like it's going to change the entire feel of the game in a good way. And it looks practically like there's open world sections where you're riding some of these elemental companions. There's going to be a big focus on narrative. Kena loses her staff and must use alchemy to get it back. Tightly designed regions, deliberate progression, and a strong sense of adventure. So there's going to be explorable regions, and it's coming to both PS5 and PC. So, you know, this is a game that is not going to be like completely locked on PS5. It's going to drop on PC as well. So this game is all. One of the more shocking things about this was the fact that they said this game's coming this year. I'm not ready, guys. I'm really not. Like, when we talk about the state of play, the thing that really kind of was difficult for me to process was as I was looking over a list of all the games and just, you know, soaking it all in. And it's like almost every game here is this year, dude. Almost every game. And I'm like, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say, I hope some of these games get delayed. I'm not afraid to say that now. I'm not like, I hope Kena gets delayed. Like, I don't want to find out Kena Scars of Kazumura is launching a week after Phantom Blade Zero in September. I don't want to find that out. Put it out in July. Either that or delay it. I can't take it anymore. Konami has a sponsored section on PSN up to 70% off. That's really good. But I mean, yeah, I would have thought that with a game reveal like this coming out of nowhere, I thought it would have, at the very least, it would have been a 2027 game. But that trailer looked incredible, man. The game looks beautiful. And I'm just so happy to see that Ember Lab. I'm not going to lie. I thought that they kind of like disappeared. I thought that they were gone. I was like, oh, they made one game. It was a massive success. They collected their money and they're out. You know, like that they're good. BMed, you're saying, give me all the games ASAP. I can't. Here's my thing, dude. Like, I prefer to play one game at a time, sometimes two. I can't usually go beyond two because I get easily overwhelmed. But some of these games coming out, man, they have so much meat on the bone, seemingly. There's so much content packed in. And especially if you're somebody like me, where I want to get the platinum, or, you know, I want to try to do everything in the game. I'm like, dude, I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to keep up this year. And it's going to be painful in a way, because there have been plenty of years where I've had to put games on the back burner and I get to them later. But it's been pretty easy to make that decision because there's always a kind of hierarchy of games where this game takes priority over that game and that game takes priority over this game. But the thing that I think looks really messed up this year for me is that there's so many games. They all are like S tier games or A tier games. And I'm like, why can't there be, like, that's fantastic. But man, there's got to be a separation here. So it makes me feel like, damn, I'm going to be drowning in games, bro. I really am. Oh, we have Zanarkand, old Zanarkand Blitzer. I love it. He's got Old Snake as his profile picture. He looks like he's got part 1 here. I'll let him drop some parts. I don't know if it's going to be 1 or 2 parts. Zanarkand, you let me know, bro. You let me know when you give me the green light. Oh, man. My nose. My nostrils. My sinuses. I'm sorry, I've been complaining so much. You think Ragnarok combat is far superior to the original God of War hack and slash combat? Play the original games. If that's what you want, you don't have to worry about change. Go tap square. Damn. Yo, Ghetto got straight up like getting aggressive. He's like, I'll fight you. I'll fight you over that God of War gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. I've played both. I like both. Okay, Zanarkand, thank you. We got a 3-parter. Appreciate that, man. I like both, but I've grown to have a stronger feeling for 2018 and Ragnarok. Simon Lord says, "Who's dropping the 20?" He's referencing 20 member gifts to get us to 50. Who's going to do it? Are we getting to 50 today, boys? Are we doing it? Am I going to be doing reps at the end of the stream? You know, maybe if we hit 50, I don't know. I have to think about it. Maybe I could turn my camera around and show you a little bit of my gym area. Not fully finished, but, you know, maybe. And to Narcan, I'm going to read your super chats, buddy. Where's Johnny? You're saying here, well, MBG, it's official. Metal Gear Solid 4 is coming to PS5 via the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. The fake insider leaker got it wrong about remaking MGS4 a la Delta. Now Konami, Metal Gear Solid developers can focus their effort on remaking MGS1 with the Unreal Engine 5. MGS4 is going to look great in 4K HDR. Even MGS1 in the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 is getting a higher resolution update. A bonus, MGS Twin Snakes, the horrible remake, can continue to rot like the DARPA chief in the jail cell. And it sounds like you're laughing maniacally. That's crazy, man. I love it, Zanarkand. Yeah, I cannot express adequately how... I mean, I'm sure you feel the same way. A lot of you guys feel the same way. Like, it's just so good, man, to see Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. I think it's one of the greatest games of all time. Easily one of my favorite games ever. It's so nice to see it finally being freed from the PS3. That game is the reason I ever got a PS3, and it was like the only reason I played PS3 for the longest time. And I put so much time into it, man. Can we just take a second to acknowledge how incredible the Octo Camo is? Like, that's one of the things that I feel like not enough people talk about with Metal Gear Solid 4 in particular is, of course, Kojima basically pioneered and revolutionized in different ways the idea of like stealth in the video game genre. And I feel like with MGS4, with the Octo Camo suit, he really was like, this is another evolution of that. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but or maybe I don't understand how people feel about it. But to me, the Octo Camo suit genuinely fundamentally changes the feel. Like, there's nothing that feels like MGS4. Nothing. In terms of how you can sneak around the battlefield. There's no, the closest thing is MGS3 with the changing the camos, but I don't know, man. Like, there's just something about when you're playing as Old Snake and you're entering a battle area where there's two warring factions, and you can just lay on the ground, put your mask on, and you'll the octo camo will, it'll basically change to match whatever you're on, and you can just slowly crawl your way throughout the entire battlefield. I'm like, that's just so sick. Or like there's a whole patrol coming and you just like quickly go up against the wall. I mean, I'm like, dude, I don't know if this is like a hot take, but I feel like the stealth aspect of MGS4 is peak Metal Gear stealth, in my opinion. I know that there's always the classic hide in the corners, hide in the cardboard boxes, get in the locker. But to me, MGS4 is like, that's the epitome of like, you are in a war zone and you have this technology. You can manipulate every aspect of this area. I love it. I think it's like the coolest thing ever. I would have loved to have seen, I think one of the things that disappointed me about MGS5, but it makes sense because it was a prequel, is I wanted to see a continuation of that, where it's like, how can we advance this octo camo type of infiltration and sneaking? And then, it turns out that the octo camo was only ever going to be a thing in MGS4. So, did you make the girls dance to the anime idol music using the iPad in MGS4 or the iPod? I probably did. Yeah, I remember with MGS4, I tried to do almost everything there was to do in that game. I got helplessly addicted to the online multiplayer of that game, though, man. I got very addicted. It's a movie game, MVG. 67% of the time you watch cutscenes. Yes, that is something that hurts the reputation of MGS4.
Being
I think
announced,
it has the longest cutscenes of any video game ever created.
I would punt a baby for
There's a
MGO2.
cutscene in this that I think is over an hour long.
My personal
like legit
fave
over an hour.
game.
Like you can literally, it's a movie. Get some popcorn. And I love it. I love it, man. I love it so much. I love MGS4. I can't wait. I'm so happy. I'm happy for Peace Walker too. I feel like nobody's really talking about Peace Walker. It makes sense. MGS4 is going to shroud that. But Peace Walker was fantastic as well. You know what I love about Peace Walker? How Kojima just leaned into like, I'm making a Monster Hunter Metal Gear. And it works so well. It works so well. I'm like, this is so good. It's addicting. It's addicting, dude. I remember one of the things that shocked me so much when I was playing Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, I'm like, I don't think I've ever played a Metal Gear Solid game and felt like I got addicted to the gameplay until now. Everything that I described in like MGS4 and all these games, like the gameplay experience is top notch, but I don't know if I would ever call it addicting, like but Kojima was like, I want to make an addicting game, one that you just can't put down. And I'm like, okay, that's different. I don't know how that's going to work. And he did it. I don't know how he did it. He did it for the freaking PSP of all things. So hell yeah, Zanarkand. I'm very happy. That was certainly a standout and highlight announcement for the state of play. Absolutely. Yeah, the art style as well, with the different cutscenes being kind of like comic book. I like that too. So you like Kojima slop? I love the Kojima slop. It's going to be really interesting to see what Konami's going to do with Metal Gear, like once they run out of
MGS4 is such a great game. It's
once they run out of like
MGS3.
stuff to remake and remaster. I mean,
in MGS4 was difficult.
You have to imagine at some
Smiley
point
face emoji. You're
they're
right
gonna
about the Octocamo.
feel like they got to do something new, and that's going to be a very, very interesting time when that day comes. If you see the reveal of the God of War Trilogy remakes, they did exactly the same thing as FF7 remakes. They even put the spark on the R at the end. I didn't notice that. You think it's a hint? You think you're trying to let us know? So, continuing to talk about games that were shown at the State of Play, because I didn't get to talk too extensively about them. Ghost of Yotei Legends, guys. Can we talk about Ghost of Yotei Legends for a moment? So again, man, I'm going to be honest. I don't know that I'm going to end up playing it. I hate to say that. It pains me to say that, but it's just, why? Like, why does Ghost of Yotei Legends have to drop within like a week and a half? It feels like it pretty much within 11 days of RE9 coming out. Why? It could come out any time, but it's like, right there. Right there seems good. Come on. I know I sound like I'm complaining, but it's just like I just don't think I'm going to pull myself away from Resident Evil 9. I mean, I might. I don't want to say for sure I won't, but I think it looks good. 11 days after. And that's the thing, man. I definitely do not think I'm going to be done. I can say for certain I'm not going to be anywhere near done with Resident Evil 9 in 11 days. So I'm just like, man, this is tough. This is tough. And you know what's even more annoying is they're launching it right next to Marathon. You're saying raids confirmed for Yotei Legends. Did they confirm that? I didn't see anything about raids. And we have Zanarkand with another super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, MBG, can you turn off that AI voice that reads your direct messages? It interrupts your conversation flow, man. Very annoying. You know what? I didn't even know I got direct. Oh, yeah, that's my bad, man. Yeah, it's not coming through my freaking speaker. It's not coming through my speaker. I am going to have to turn it off for now because I can't even hear it. Normally, I stop talking when I hear it pop up, so I let it say what it's going to say, and then I continue. But that kind of doesn't, give me 1 second. And yeah, I got a couple more direct donations. I didn't even know I got them either. That's the worst part about it. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what to do with the talk to text, I feel like some people like it, some people don't. I'm not sure if it facilitates getting more donations or not. I really don't know. It wouldn't be a problem if I could actually hear it. All right, I think I turned it off. We have NLG Pro who dropped a $2 direct donation saying, when I saw that was MGS4 being announced, I was praying for Metal Gear Online 2. I would punt a baby for MGO2. MGO2 is goated, my personal favorite online game. It's very extreme. It's very extreme, NLG Pro. But yeah, I was talking about that a little bit earlier, how Metal Gear Online 2, such an underrated experience. And I was talking about how Konami confirmed multiplayer will be there for Peace Walker, but not Metal Gear Solid 4. And I'm like, why? Why, Konami? Why? But yeah, I totally feel you on that one, man. And we have Titus with another $5 direct donation. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, MGS4 is such a great game. It's my favorite with MGS3. Getting the platinum for MGS4 was difficult, but fun. You're right about the Octo Camo. Yeah, I do wonder if they're going to change the trophies. Because I remember that when they went back and they added trophies to MGS4 retroactively, and they were very difficult. There was a lot of really challenging ones. I think I was completely turned off of trying to get it. I'm like, yo, this is too much. But I do wonder if they're going to do something like, make it a little bit easier. I hope they have a new set of trophies. It'd be kind of disappointing if they were like, we just brought over the ones that are already there. Mr. B, you're saying, yes, Sucker Punch confirmed raids in the PlayStation blog post. Nice, man. Yeah, I remember playing the raid in Legends 1. That was tough. That's tough, man. It's no joke. Guys, by the way, make sure you're continuing to hit that like button. We are getting closer and closer. We're at 183 likes. We need to get to 200. We need to get, we're about to hit the 3-hour mark. We got to get to 200 likes. We got to push our way to see if we can get 50 members. I think we can do it. Certainly with the likes. I think we can 100% get 200 likes. So make sure you're hitting that like button. Definitely helps. I'm begging for the likes. I need all the likes. Personally, I wish YouTube would just get rid of likes and dislikes. I'd love that. Either that or stop tethering them to the algorithm. Just a little minor complaint there I have with YouTube. I wish they wouldn't tether stuff like that to the algorithm. The fact that they do is so annoying because like I don't like asking people to like the stream. You know, I don't like asking people to do stuff like that, but it's a best practice. All right. Yeah, so Ghost of Yotei Legends. Yeah, that's right. That's the weirdest thing. Dislikes have no effect on the algorithm. Or I've heard the opposite. I've heard that dislikes actually help. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so Ghost of Yotei Legends, I think it's fantastic they're doing it again. I would like to play it. Not sure if I'm going to be able to. Not sure if I'm going to be able to, though. What's this reveal? The reveal, we talked about it earlier. We covered it already, Casualties of Gaming, but it's basically, it seems to have been confirmed by multiple insiders that Cory Barlog's next big game is being revealed at the next State of Play or this summer. So in a few months. MBG, don't say it a lot. It creates a reverse psychology with the rest of the audience. There's a study that it'll lead to worse outcomes if you keep harping on it. Damn. You know what? Don't like the stream. And don't drop member gifts. Don't do it. You want to upset me? You want to see me get upset? Is that what you want? The amount of people right now are like, yes, I do. Perhaps you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I always try to find a good balance where I don't want to overdo it. The reason why I mention it multiple times, though, is, and I try to space it out, is because there's different people here. There's new people here. I don't know. It's weird because it's like I've experimented. I've done streams where I've said nothing the entire stream, and the result is definitely worse, where it's like less people have, less people were liking the stream compared to if I just mentioned it a few times. Maybe try to create a goal, 200. But yeah, maybe I should lean into the reverse psychology more. And Zanarkhan with another super chat says, MGS Delta has a different trophy list than MGS3 HD Remaster. Some same and some different trophies. So it's possible MGS4, the Master Collection. So you're saying it's possible will be different. I would assume so, right? I feel like it would just be a bad look for the entire package if they're like, we just did the same ones. Because you're right. You're pointing out that they changed it compared to the MGS3 HD Remaster. So maybe they'll look at some of the more difficult trophies and like tweak them a little bit. Perhaps. I mean, I would love to get the platinum for MGS4. Hell yeah. I've always said, and we'll say it again, Sony need to buy Ember Lab, their jewel. I think Sony did try to buy them. I don't think Ember Lab wants to be purchased. That's why I think Sony's like, well, can we work really closely with you? Can we give you a studio to help support you? I don't believe for a second Sony didn't try to already acquire Ember Lab. I don't believe that. I think that they probably talked to them numerous times. So now that you have that Xbox toaster, when are you getting the fridge? I don't know what you're talking about. Sony has sort of stopped buying up studios. Yeah, I mean, Ember Lab would be a perfect fit under PlayStation, but we always have to keep in mind that these studios they have to want to be purchased. A lot of these studios value their independence, especially if they're successful. But if things ever get rough, you know who I think needs to be purchased? I'm just going to say it straight up because I think they're starting to spiral a little bit. Remedy. I think Sony needs to save Remedy. Somebody's got to save Remedy, but I would prefer it to be Sony. It seems I was looking into it a little bit. It seems like Remedy they're having some trouble financially. And I'm just like, dude, they are too good to be in this type of position. It shouldn't be like this. I think Sony, it would be incredible if Sony could just come in and be like, we got you. And Remedy could have that safety net. And I think I look at a game like Control Resonant. I'm like, imagine if that was like, this is a PlayStation first party developed game. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, sure. Like if Sony were to require Remedy right now, like still do a multi-platform release, but I just feel like that adds to their portfolio quite significantly, I think. And I think it fits in perfect. But, I feel the exact same way about Ember Lab. But we don't know. We don't know what Sony's I don't know what their stance is right now on acquisitions. For all we know, they might just be like, no, we're not acquiring anybody. Maybe after the acquisitions they made with I don't know, some of the live service studios that like scared them off or something. Bungie. All right. That's interesting. Muffin the Bunny says, I'm definitely done investing any more money into Nintendo. The Switch 1 will probably be my last Nintendo console. Why is that? MBG, what is Kana? You're saying if Kana was a Switch 2 exclusive, you wouldn't play it, right? Yeah. No, I wouldn't. And I'll tell you why. You want to know why? The reason would be I'm a Sony pony. No, well, that is a reason. But the actual reason is because a game like Kana Bridge of Spirits, I would not have played if Sony didn't put it in front of my face and say, we're putting this on PS5 as a launch window title. And I'm just being honest about that. I would not have went out of my way to buy any system to play Kana Bridge of Spirits. Because it's not the type of game that usually catches my attention. But at the launch of the PS5, I'm hyper fixated on every game Sony's showing me. And I'm like, oh, Kana? I'm like, oh, okay. And it wasn't until they really showed the gameplay that I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know it was like dare I say like a kind of Souls-like, but it kind of had that Souls-like combat. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was that type of game. And then, I was there at the launch of the PS5. I bought it and I'm like, this was actually really good. And so naturally, because I did that, when they show me the sequel, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm definitely gonna play the sequel. Yeah. Same thing with Astrobot. And yeah, I'm just being honest when I say that, like, if Kana Bridge of Spirits was first shown off as a Nintendo Switch exclusive, I would not have bought a Switch to play it. And therefore I just wouldn't have played it. If it like made its way to PS5 eventually, maybe I would have tried it, but it's the way it is sometimes. I don't think I'm a crazy person or like a radical fanboy for saying that. I think it's just a natural thing that wherever you happen to be, whether like if you're on Switch 2, like let's just say right now you already have a Switch 2 and Nintendo were to announce an exclusive I don't know, I guess like horror game or something, right? That because it's on Switch 2, because it's being published by Nintendo, it's being labeled as like a first party, oh yeah, I'll try it out, sure. Finally, a new game for the Switch 2. I've been looking forward to that. Versus if it was an exclusive PS5 game or like a Microsoft game that wasn't coming to Switch 2, I feel like, yeah, there's people that would just be like, I'm good. Like I'm not moving from where I am. I'm good. I feel like that's a pretty normal occurrence, but I'm just being honest. It's who I am. I something else I've been honest with you guys about is, dude, I don't know what the hell would get me to buy a Switch 2. I'm telling you now, if the Duskbloods ain't moving me, something's wrong. I'm gonna have to see more Duskbloods. I'm not gonna lie, like Duskbloods is a game that I'm like, I haven't had any effing interest in buying Nintendo hardware since I was 9 or 10 years old. The Duskbloods is quite literally the first game I've seen that I saw. I seen it and I saw it. That made me go, is that coming to PlayStation? And they're like, no. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, no, Switch 2. I'm like, this is exclusive? This is from software exclusive. It's like, yeah. Oh. So I'm not saying I'm for sure going to buy a Switch 2 for it, but there's movement. That's the type of respect I have for From Software and the Souls, like, the Souls games that they've made, where I'm like, I am paying attention to that one and I'm waiting to see it. I do hope it comes to PS5 though. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna port beg for the Duskbloods. Please bring it to PS5. Nintendo, let it go. I hate you, Nintendo. You know what? On second thought, I hate exclusives. I love them when they work for me. I hate them when they work against me. Yeah, I think that, you know what? Now that you mention it, Irfan, that's what stopped me from getting a platinum. And I have a super chat from Zanarkhan. Thank you so much, man. He says, carefully analyzing the MGS Master Collection Volume 2 trailer, I see that MGS4 database is included. I remember at MGS4, PS3, the database would download cool content like David Hayter with Old Snake's eye patch video. Yes. Dude, that reminds me of the intro to MGS4. So weird, man, when there's just like these made-up TV shows and David Hayter was starring in one of them. Oh, it was so weird. I loved it. What a strange... MGS4 is a strange game in so many ways. But yeah, I didn't notice that. You're saying it comes with the database. I remember that was like a separate download, right? On the PS3. So Narcan, bro, thank you so much for the super chats, man. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you showing really strong support. They never go on sale because Nintendo thinks it's the Disney of video games and that you will pay what they tell you to pay. You will. You will pay. MGS4's Platinum will make people go insane. Yeah, we were just talking about whether or not they might change it. Oh, yeah, dude. The vamp and Raiden scenes. And MGS4 absolutely bonkers, man. Bonkers. I can't wait. I love MGS4 so much. It's been so long since I played it, too. That's the thing. It's been so long since I played MGS4 that I remember the vast majority of it, but there's definitely some stuff where it's like, I can't wait. Dude, listen. It's going to be so sad to play that game knowing there's no multiplayer because I remember the mechanics so well and I miss it so much. I'm sorry. I know I've said it multiple times throughout the stream and I don't want to admit, I know I sound like I'm being ungrateful. I'm very grateful that, this is a win. This is an absolute W, but man, it's like Konami. I just wish so much. This game isn't coming out till August. There's time. You have time. Please listen to I'm about to go on a crusade. And I'm about to use you. I want you for the MBG army. We're going to go on a crusade. Okay? We need to get the gamers on our side. We need to create a movement. This movement is in the name of Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Online 2. Let's go. Let's get the movement started. See, I've thought about doing stuff like that, but I'm like, nobody cares. Like, there's not enough people that care. That's why they're not doing it, because they're like, why, is it even worth it? And I'm like, probably not. Like, I want to tell you, yeah, but I feel like I'd be lying. Do it for the fans. That's how you would feel about a Killzone 2 if it was ported. Could you imagine if they did that and no multiplayer with Killzone 2? It is on that level, I think. Well, no, I mean, with Killzone 2, that was a little bit different. Because that was like a multiplayer-driven game. I don't think many people view MGS4 as a multiplayer-driven game, but that's what makes it so shocking, is you wouldn't think of MGS4 as a multiplayer-driven game. But then if you, like I'm telling you guys, if you played MGS4, I'm assuming most of you here did, I also assume that quite a few of you have not played the multiplayer. You played MGS4, but not the multiplayer. I think if you played the multiplayer, you would agree with me. You'd be like, oh my God, this is awesome. This is so effing cool. But you know what's crazy? Do you know what's even crazier? Oh my God. I just realized this. You can play MGS4 multiplayer right now on PC if you basically go through a bunch of different. There's like a small, tight-knit community of Metal Gear Solid players that resurrected it basically, and they keep it alive. And you can go play it, but it's not official, and you kind of have to jump through a bunch of hoops to do it. And that's why I'm just like, come on, Konami, like just hire these guys will do it for free. They'll do it for free. They'll do it for you. Just let them do it. Come on. Come on, man. All right. What other games? I need to I need to find a way. I need to find a way. I'm going to have to sneak into Konami HQ dressed as Snake. Like, it's me, Solid BG. I'm here to tell you. We need Metal Gear Online 2 back for MGS4. Thank you. That's all. And then I'll leave. In handcuffs. All right. What other games were at the State of Play? Oh, here's a game I want to talk to you guys about. For Loop. Come on. Like, did you guys see this game? I'm questioning this. This game, For Loop, Sony signed this game on. It's a 4-player co-op live service. And it just, I don't know, man. There's something about it that doesn't look right to me. There's something about it that looks too overly generic. You're saying it looks straight ass. I mean, I don't want to like completely write it off. Like if I get to try it for free at some point, I might try it. But there's a lot of times where I see gameplay and I'm like, I just know I'm not going to enjoy how this game feels to play. I just know it. I can feel it. Like I can already feel it in my bones. Like my brain, I've played enough video games to know, right? And when I see the gameplay of For Loop, I get that feeling. I'm like, I can just tell that this is going to be a game that would not feel good to play to me. Because I like the third person aspect of it. And I like the fact that it has, one of the biggest creative minds behind Left 4 Dead. And I love Left 4 Dead. Absolutely love Left 4 Dead. But I don't know, man. And then they showed another trailer for Resident Evil Requiem. I don't even need to talk about that. But guys, I do need to talk about that. I do need to talk about this latest Resident Evil 9 trailer. Did you guys see what I saw? I think this was the trailer that they were... This is the trailer where I think they finally revealed, like, this game's much bigger than we let on. Because they were showing, like, what looked almost like open world aspects where, like, Leon's in the city streets. Leon is infected. They showed that in the trailer. But they... Like, dude, they were showing him, like, in the streets of Raccoon City with, like fighting zombies and shit. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, did they spoil too much? I don't think so. And the reason I say that is because I'm pretty sure this game is a lot bigger than we realize. I'm telling you, I think people were like, why do you keep showing me all this stuff? I don't want to see no more. I'm like, they're showing you the first area of the game. That's all they've shown you. In this new trailer, I think they finally showed you a little bit more of like, oh yeah, there's more here. It's bigger than you think. That's my feeling on it. And we have Zanarkand with another super chat. Thank you, Zanarkand. He says, for you, I hope Konami brings back MGS4 multiplayer mode. But remind me, didn't you say that MGS Delta Snake Eater's new multiplayer mode is dead now? If so, why? No good? Same fate as MGS4 multiplayer? It's a great question, and I'm glad you asked, said Narcan. There's a couple of problems with so the mode that they released for MGS3, the thing that killed it almost instantly was they were like, we're releasing it 2 months after the game is out. That pretty much killed it. I don't know why they did that. That felt like immediate sabotage because I still see people today that don't know there's a multiplayer mode in Delta. They own Delta. They have no idea there's a multiplayer mode. They missed their opportunity. You know, there was a window. They were supposed to announce this, or sorry, not announce it. They were supposed to release this within like 2 weeks of it launching, not 2 months. So by the time they launched it, most people, the vast majority of people already moved on. But then what really killed it, because it's a great mode, by the way. I put like 100 hours into it. I had a great time with it, but I couldn't find games. People, there was just no community. The second thing that killed it was any attempt that Konami could have made to market it and update it and like let people know like there's a multiplayer mode here. We're updating it. We're adding a few new features, a little bit of content, whatever. They didn't do that. They literally just released it. They dropped 1, maybe 2 patches just for a couple of bugs, and then they just never came back. They literally abandoned it. And it got to a point where as I was trying to, it was like my nightly multiplayer game for like, I would say a good month and a half, maybe close to 2 months. But by the end of that 2 months, I just wasn't finding matches. I'm like sitting there 5 minutes at a time. You know, it'll search for a match for 5 minutes and then it'll ask you to restart it. And I'd be sitting there for 30 minutes. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I can't play this game. So, you know, the idea of Metal Gear Online 2 coming back, especially if it like launched with MGS4, it would feel like this is it. Like, this is the moment where we've been waiting for this. And I don't know. I mean, I guess at the rate they're going, it would make more sense to bring back a multiplayer experience with their next remake. You know, that kind of would make more sense. Like, I guess a continuation of Fox Hunt, but yeah, good questions in Arcan. It was a great game mode. I really enjoyed it, but you know, they just let it die. Remember when the majority of games had a multiplayer mode? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember. Yeah, like what's up with that, dude? I feel like live service created this massive excuse for devs to just not add multiplayer now. Because they're like, oh yeah, no, we don't do that anymore. It's like, but why? It's like, you did it before. Why can't you do it now? Yeah, Konami straight up was like, if it dies, it dies. I'm like, okay, well, you definitely set it up to die. So that doesn't really help. But all right. Project Windless, the giant chicken game. That game looks sick. Silent Hill Townfall. Guys. I don't mean to get so dour on you all of a sudden, but man, I've been seeing people on the internet getting upset at this new Silent Hill game because the main protagonist is black, and it's like, can we please just stop? Like, for the love of all that is holy, can we just, like, I'm going to be really aggressive right now. I'm going to be abnormally aggressive. Okay? I'm going to punch my screen. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but really though, like, I just get very sad when I see this. I used to get mad. Now I just get sad because it's like, come on, man. Like, this game looks good. It looks good, man. The game looks good. It looks promising. Yeah, it's giving like PT vibes. And people are like, he's black. And I'm like, stop. Like, stop it. Like, this is where you see, I think, there's a difference, in my opinion, respectfully. There's a difference between, here's a new Horizon live service game, and for some reason, this one chick is going to be literally the size, literally, of a tank with a pinhead and a peg leg. There's a difference between looking at that and being like, what the fuck is that? Versus here's like a realistic, like somewhat photorealistic Silent Hill game that looks cool. It's first person and the protagonist is black. It's a black man. Like, and people being like, what the fuck is that? Like there's a major difference between those two things, in my opinion. And that's where I feel like, and unfortunately, this is why there can be no productive conversations in this space, because when people try to be even just remotely nuanced of like, there's art direction and art style and character design that's just not working and just flat out is unappealing for many different reasons. And there's improvements that can definitely be made for the, for everybody's sake involved, There's a difference between the peg leg is fine. I'm going to be honest. Maybe you could call me fat phobic, but I'm like, why is this woman the size? And I'm not kidding. It's not normal. She's not just obese. Obese would be fine. Obese is normal to a degree where it's like, yes, there's many obese people. They're like, what if we made her like a giant for just reasons? And I'm like, why? Like I feel like at this point you're trolling. Like you're asking people to make fun of this. Cause there's no way, like, I'm going to just be honest, man. It's like, if your whole idea is we want to make people who are overweight or obese feel included, I'm like, that's not what that's doing, in my opinion. Like, I know I'm not an obese person, but if I was, I'd be like, why? It practically feels like they're the ones making fun of it, where I'm like, this isn't, I don't know, man. I'm just saying, I think there's like, they're being hyperbolic with it. And I'm like, that to me is what's drawing attention. What makes this Silent Hill thing shocking to me is it's like, dude, it's just a guy. It's just a black man. That's it. That's all it is. There is nothing, even remotely. That's why I was actually truly caught off guard when I saw a couple of times on Twitter, I saw Silent Hill Townfall was trending, and I was like, oh, is there like new information on the game? And it was people arguing about this. I'm like, what? I mean, I was genuinely caught off guard by that, because I was like, I didn't like that. That wasn't even, I didn't even realize that until I saw people talking about it. Like, oh yeah, the main protagonist is black. Like, who cares? Like, that's, I don't get it. I really don't. And, it, like I said, it just becomes a little bit depressing and sad, because it's like, this is why I feel like I'm just at a point where I've given up trying to have any type of potentially nuanced conversation, where it's like, unfortunately, yeah, there's just too many crazy people and too many horrible people, frankly, that they now just have a voice. And there doesn't need to be a rhyme or a reason. And that's what disturbs me. It's like, can you explain to me why anybody should have a problem with this character in Silent Hill Townfall in what they've shown so far? Can you give me one good reason? And there is none, because there doesn't need to be any. And that's good enough to allow it to now become a thing. That to me is like, we are truly regressing here, people. I hope we all know this. We should try to stop regressing. Devil, you're saying, I think most of the woke stuff was made to give people socially acceptable excuses to be racist. Jeez. I mean, D'Angelo, you're saying it's not shocking. I knew that was going to be the reaction the moment I saw that he was black. That's the reality. And that's sad. Like that's just, that to me is sad, because it's like, dude, I thought maybe I am naive, or I was, where I'm like, I thought we were like genuinely, I thought we were past that, you know, just like I thought we were past the idea of like characters being gay or something, where it's like there's nothing ever wrong with a character being gay, you know. The only, I think some of the problems that people have, and RichRod, you're saying, is it that many people or is it just a few jerks? It's hard. I'll be honest, it's hard to tell, man. And if I'm being optimistic about it, I want to say it's just a few bad apples, and bad actors. But, the amount of stuff that I see these days, it's like now I don't know anymore. Like I'm starting to think it's not. And that naive part of me that wants to believe, like, come on, are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? And then there's people like, yeah, we are. And it's like, the fuck is your problem? Like, what do you like? Why are you this worked up? Like, what are you even doing here? Like that, it starts to frustrate me to a point where it's like, what are you even doing here? Go away. Like, don't buy the game. Don't talk about games. Go away, because you're not contributing anything other than hate. And I hate that, because it's just, that doesn't help anything or anyone. And that is unfortunately something that we see with so much gaming related stuff these days. And it's why I felt like I was struggling to have a conversation about the whole Horizon thing, because I think people, they were interpreting like you're just trying to hate the game. And it's like, maybe I'm being a little bit rough around the edges sometimes. But it's like, no, like I feel some genuine valid criticism that I believe Guerrilla Games could help them. I want to see them succeed. I don't want bad video games, but unfortunately there's like so many other people screeching for the wrong reasons. And it's like, all right, well, it's just, I guess, a constant battle. And some of the stuff is just, I don't know. I have this idea that like, we're going to get to a place where we're going to go. Did you guys hear Obama confirmed aliens are real? I'm going somewhere with this. I don't know if you guys saw, I'm not trying to freak anybody out, but no joke, yesterday, Obama straight up was just like, oh yeah, they're real. They're real. I'm pointing this out because it's like, okay, so maybe Obama's an alien confirmed. Maybe now we can have a common enemy. Even though the aliens, I mean, who knows? Maybe they're very nice. They don't need to be an enemy. But I'm just saying, it's like, can that, maybe that, is that a thing? Is that what can unify people? I don't know. Lamin, you're saying I'm black myself and very fairly common sense, woke politics and video gaming a big no-no. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. I feel like there's a lot of people, how they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions? I think there's a lot of good intentioned people that just, it's like you're not doing this the right way and you're actually making things worse. And then there's people who don't have good intentions, then they get involved, and then it just becomes a shit show, and like there are certainly things in video games that I've called out that I'm like, that, like, okay, this is getting, like, this is becoming a bit cringe. And then the word cringe is not even cringe, it's like eye rolly. Like there are things that there's like certain levels of virtue signaling where it's like, this is becoming eye rolly to even, I think, the people you're trying to win over. I think I think people are starting to roll their eyes a little bit where it's like, come on, man, But then you see stuff like this, and it's like, this is why, because the signal that we need to see reach, the people who are, I guess, making decisions is that this is totally, that like I'll put it as simply as I can. The only conversation people should be having about Silent Hill Townfall is whether or not it looks like a good Silent Hill game. And I say that assertively because I watched the trailer and I watched the Silent Hill transmission, and I'm like, there wasn't a single thing throughout everything they've shown of this game that makes me distracted and think something about something else. The only things that they have shown made me think about what type of game, Silent Hill gameplay experience this is going to be. Like, what it's going to be like. MBG over 30 years ago, Shawshank Redemption changed the character of Red, who was a white Irishman, into a black man, and nobody complained. But nowadays, people yell about this. I'm so tired, man. Well, yeah, I don't know. Times have changed, certainly. Hey, if you really want your mind blown, Irfin, look into quantum physics or Schrodinger's cat, stuff like that. Just look into it. I'm not gonna talk about it here. I'm not gonna explain it, but you might realize that, man, I don't know if it would be we collectively or just individually, but we are seemingly slipping into many different timelines, many different, realities. Anyway, Mandela effect, anybody? I'm just saying, man, like, I just don't like that. I just have to call out something I was disturbed by, where I'm like, I just couldn't believe that that's what people were actually arguing about. I'm like, we got to move on from this, guys. We just got to move on from it. But all this is to say that I do think Silent Hill Townfall looks very promising. I like the idea that it's first person. I usually am not somebody who gets excited about first person games, but I kind of liked what they showed. I'm like, yo, this could work. This looks pretty creepy. And it's got that mystery and that intrigue. It was giving me Silent Hill 2 vibes as well, which is why I think I liked it so much. So I'm going to be paying attention to Silent Hill Townfall. Another game, by the way, unfortunately, I have to say, unfortunately, another game that's coming in 2026. Are you kidding me? Please stop. Please stop. Control Resonant. The gameplay that they showed off, again, I think Remedy is cooking. Control Resonant looks amazing. Loved what I saw. The gameplay looks so warped in the best way. And I love it. I mean, I don't know that I need to see much more of it. I'm sold on it. But unfortunately, another 2026 game. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? It looks so good, though. In 3 to 4 years, Google's Willow chip will have error rates low enough that it will be actual usable quantum computing. So, what changes? How does humanity as we know it change when quantum computing becomes a thing? Because everything I've looked into when it comes to quantum physics is, to keep it as simple as I possibly can, we've basically discovered quantum physics. We don't understand it. We've observed numerous things that seem to have massive implications. And one of those implications is that everything is quantum. Like, our entire existence is quantum. But there's still so much we don't understand. So I'm just like, well, wait, if we get to a point where we're able to do quantum computation, what the hell does that mean? What do we do? I don't understand. I don't know. Stresses me out. It doesn't really stress me out. It hurts my head, because it's like, what? We are close to reaching a technical singularity, according to Elon. I mean, I kind of believe that. I do. Like, I look at all these things and where they're headed. I'm like, bro, what is the end game here? I mean, I don't know. Quantum computers are dangerous and can take out encrypted files at ease. It means medicine without side effects. reality is just what we tell ourselves it is. Sane and the insane could just as easily switch places, and the insane were to become the majority. Or if you're saying, I'm very often reading into NDEs or near-death experiences. People have seen some crazy stuff. Very interesting. Yeah, dude. So I told myself, I told you guys I wasn't going to talk about it, but I'll just mention it real quick. The whole reason I was mentioning like quantum physics and particles, you know, there's this theory. It's called it's called quantum immortality. And dude, it's wild. It's wild, man. It's what's disturbing, not disturbing, but what makes it so wild is that we've observed something in quantum physics that implicates this actually potentially being real. And what we've observed is that, like, at a quantum level, it's like it's like a particle or whatever. It's like it can exist in two states at one time. Like everything we know, it says it should only be able to exist in one state at any given time, but it can exist in two states at one time. But that seems to only happen when we observe it. And people have taken this as like a theory that they've expanded it into a theory where it's our consciousness is actually quantum and we cannot experience death. It's about to get real deep for a second here, so buckle up. But basically, it's like when we die, we don't actually experience death. Our consciousness literally slips into another. God, I'm not the one to be able to explain this. There's like a branch, essentially, and this is actually really interesting if you played Returnal. This is like basically there's infinite universes, and your consciousness just every time like you're like if you ever had an experience where you almost died or you could have died, like maybe you were like driving on the road or something, or you almost got hit by a car or just something crazy like that. The idea is you actually did. You don't know it though, because the moment it happened, your consciousness actually, it left that body and merged with, like, your consciousness continues, and you're actually, now you're just instantaneously like in another universe. And in this universe, you actually didn't get hit and you survived. I know it sounds crazy, but that theory is based off of actual observations we have made in quantum physics that implicate that. Like that these things can they branch off when they're observed, or I don't know. It's crazy. It's wild stuff, man. But it's crazy. And I'm like, that's so nuts. That's so unsettling, but also kind of sick at the same time. We're like, there's this crazy idea that we've, like, right now, like, I'm 32 years old, but I've actually died many times. And every time and this is why people talk about the Mandela effect. Or like the Mandela effect is just different consciousness is, I guess, like merging in certain places together. And it's like, oh, remember when this was that? It's like, yeah, I remember. I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't follow any of it. There's video games that probably touch on that. I think like Returnal kind of touched on that a little bit. It's super interesting. Oh yeah, Quantum Break. I did play. I played Quantum Break, dude. That game was crazy. I don't think my brain was ready for that game at the time. Stephen King's Dark Tower books do this a lot. Some characters literally walk through different versions of America. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole idea of like alternate universes and the multiverse, it's not like a new thing. You know, it's widely explored in media and in sci-fi, but it's just that like when you do like any level of research into quantum physics, the scariest thing, I got to be careful how I word this because there's certain words I can't say on YouTube. The thing about this theory, this quantum immortality theory, is there's only one way to test it. The good news is you won't have to wait. Or you will have to wait, but you won't have to wait like too long. The double slit experiment, there it is. That's the one. And that's the idea is like, we'll have to, at some point we'll have to watch a video on it, but it's just super fascinating, man, because there are like, these aren't just crazy theories that are just being thrown out there. Like, okay, like it's science fiction, or it's just something that's being made up for a book or a movie. It actually is rooted in some kind of foundational, like, no, this is a thing we're observing on like a quantum level. And it's like, what does that mean? It's like, oh, that could mean some big things. That could mean some very big things. One of the things that freaks me out so much about this theory, no, don't test it. Don't test it. One of the things that freaks me out so much about this theory is that it's like, well, how could that be true? Like, you watch other people pass away. When you're alive, you watch other people die. So death is real. And it's like, yes, you observe it, you don't experience it. So the idea is, if that person that was in your life that passed away, or that you saw pass away, if their consciousness actually, again, at a quantum level, like just yeeted into a different universe, or like branched off, you don't know that. You can't know that. So where you are in that timeline, yeah, that person passed away. There are many timelines where you passed away in other people's timelines. You see what I'm saying? It gets real crazy. It gets really crazy. But again, it's I think when people hear that stuff, they think it's total nonsense, but it's like, no, these are real theories that are being thought up based on observable data, and it's kind of freaky. It really is. And I don't know. It seems like, from what I understand with quantum physics, we can only take it so far. It reminds me of space, where it's like, you could observe space all you want, and we'll continue to learn things, but there's a limit. Like, you can't go out there and see for yourself. That's literally impossible. It is not possible. The laws of physics prevent that from happening. So that's why there's just all these. It's like when we look at black holes, it's like, yeah, you can know a black hole is real and exists. That's all you'll know. And you can see how it affects the rest of the universe, but the most important things there are to know about a black hole, you'll never know. Not in this lifetime, anyway. The egg theory. Humans only know 1% of the universe. Probably less than that, bro. It's mind-blowing. And that's why I'm saying, in conclusion, you got Obama out here being like, yeah, aliens are real. I don't know, man. I think so deeply about this stuff because, and it is, in my opinion, it is linked deeply with video games. I actually think the conversations we're having right now are linked so deeply with video games, because video games, dude, if you think about it, man, like, video games kind of do teleport you to different places. Like, your brain, it's like you said, reality is only as real as your brain tells you it is. I want you to think about, like, the most immersed you've ever been in a video game. And you can probably remember the feeling of, like, when you get pulled out of it, and then you're like, oh my God, how long was I playing that game? And, like, for that period of time, not only did you lose track of time may as well have not existed, but you were somewhere else. And I know, like, I've never done, like, hallucinogens and stuff. I'm too afraid to take that stuff. I've never done, like, psychedelics or shrooms or anything like that. I genuinely, I've done so much research on them, and I've listened to so many people's experiences. I'm personally too afraid to do it myself. Because for some people, it's basically like a hard reset. Like, if you look at your brain as a PC, it's like, for some people, it hard resets your PC. It hard resets your brain. For a lot of people, that can be good. For some people, that can be very bad. It's different for each person, and I don't smoke weed either. So believe it or not, all this is just me. A little bit concerning. Maybe I need that stuff to be normal. Now, I just find it super fascinating, man. And I think about the evolution of video games. And if you think about how, like, video games are not even, like 60 years old, right? Like, video games are still so young. And look at how advanced. I mean, look at GTA 6 coming out. Look at how advanced it is. It's like, just try to imagine what video games are going to be another 100 years from now, as long as we're still around. You know, I mean, it's just this idea that, like, yeah, at that point, I don't know. What are we looking at? One of the things that's certain is that everything that has been created has a creator behind it. You might look at the painting, but it's possible for the painting to exist without the painter. Dude, there's Irfan, with what you're saying. First off, shout out to Claire Obscure. Okay. I understood that reference. There's this crazy, if you're getting really deep into this stuff, I love the idea that it's just you. It's like scary, but not at the same time. That, like, actually my consciousness and your consciousness and every single living being's consciousness is all just connected to the same source. That source is you. You are God. You've actually created all of this. This is all just a deep, 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 deep projection of some kind, or simulation, perhaps. That's freaky. That's insane. That's like, I don't even know. If that's true, that means we are layers so deep. We are so deep in the layers, man, that it's like, I don't know. It breaks I can't think too hard about it. I can only take it so far, because it's like, what do I know? I don't know. Blasphemy isn't healthy for the soul. Perhaps. I'm not sure. I just question things. You know what I mean? I question things. Because I always question, like, I know it sounds so stupid, but it's so funny, but it is always like, but how do you know? And you got to be careful with that, because the more you lean into that, the more you're like, actually, yeah, how do I know anything? And, you know, sometimes you have to, like, ground yourself, where it's like, well, I know I'm here now. I'm experiencing consciousness. Well, what else do you know? I mean, I feel like this table's hard. You know, I know that if I were to punch this table as hard as I could, I would hurt myself. I would experience pain and some level of suffering. I know that if I were to sit here long enough, I would feel the need to stand. So there's things we know, but if you continue down that line of thinking, you begin to realize, like, beyond those few things, you don't know jack shit. And that's humbling. That's humbling, man, where it's like, okay, so what else do you know? And how do you know that? It's just like if I say, yeah, this can. This is a solid object, you know? Like, the can is solid. It's like, yeah, but actually on, like, a molecular level, it's just like a bunch of vibrating particles, and they're vibrating at a specific frequency. And that's what creates the, you know, seemingly an illusion. And that's why it seems like an illusion, because it's like, that's really what's happening. And your brain perceives that as it's a physical thing. It's a physical, tangible thing. And I'm like, what the fuck even is that? What does that even mean? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm just a bunch of particles vibrating? Like, I don't know, man. I didn't make it this way. I don't know. How did I see what the state of play did to me? It opened my third eye. Thanks, Sony. This is what happens. Sony finally puts on a good show, and it's like, I don't look at life the same way ever since. I do apologize for. I mean, I don't know. I'm at least glad I saved it for the end of the stream. I'd much rather have these weirdo, you know, mind-bending conversations towards the end of the stream rather than the beginning or the middle. But there are a few things we have to do, though, before we wrap up today, guys. I promised you I would check out the Solid Snake reveal for Rainbow Six, and I promised Rich I would play his song. So we'll do those two things. Although, Rich, I think he said it was in the Discord, right? Yeah. No way. The state of play was so good, our third eye opened. That sounds crazy. MBG, is Horizon Forbidden West woke? A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. It's only a little bit woke. It's acceptably woke. I'm a proud woke individual. I am woke and I am proud. All right. What is the big reveal? This was the big reveal. The big reveal is that on a quantum level, you cannot be destroyed. You are infinite and will live forever. Pretty crazy reveal, huh? No, the big reveal, it seems like multiple insiders are saying that Cory Barlog's game is going to be revealed in a few months at the next State of Play during the summer. So Sony has like another big reveal that they're planning relatively soon. Energy never dies, man. Wait, Irfin's got one more. He's got one more. Guys, thank you so much, by the way. We hit over 200 likes. I really, really appreciate that. And we're still sitting at 30 members. I will let you know we're going to be wrapping the stream up probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. So if you want to hit that 50 before we head out, that's up to you. That'd be great. If not, 30 is still a very good number. And I appreciate you getting us there. Thank you for that. What is a Cory Barlog? What is a Cory Barlog? After the State of Play, it's breaking my heart that we might never see a new Twisted Metal anytime soon. I mean, yeah, dude. They were trying to get a new Twisted Metal up in development, but it wasn't working. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I would love to see Twisted Metal come back, especially because the TV show was so good. It's so much better than it has any right to be. But let me see here. Did they? I think they. Okay, yeah, they posted it on the PlayStation channel. I'm gonna bring this over here. Did some? Oh, wait. Somebody mentioned Breaking Bad. Irfin says, MBG, we can see space, but we don't know where it ends. It's like an ocean. We know the ocean has a floor that holds the water, but under normal circumstances, can we see the bottom of the ocean? No. It just feels like there's things we're not allowed to know, Irfin. Somebody mentioned Breaking Bad. Did you guys see some of these new, I've been seeing a bunch of them. The new AI program, I guess that's out, that people are saying is going to replace Hollywood and Hollywood actors. I saw a couple for Breaking Bad, and I'm like, that's shocking. Seed Dance. I hate that name. 2.0. I have to tell you, man, like, I saw a few of these for Breaking Bad and Walter White, a couple with Keanu Reeves. And I'm like, this is shocking. It's not 100. It's like, it's not 100% yet, but man, we're at like 98%. We're just about there. There was this one of Walter White where he looked like he was in like a grocery store, and he was like walking forward into the camera, and he was like talking like, you think you know, and it was like, dude, this looks real. No, and it sounds it's Bryan Cranston. It's his voice. There's nothing here that indicates this is even remotely AI. The only way you can know this isn't fake is if you explicitly know it's AI or you watched Breaking Bad. But if you showed that to somebody and said this is from Breaking Bad, they would say, yeah. Okay, it is. It's crazy convincing. Mr. Veggie, I don't know that I'm familiar with that. Oh, yeah. The Thing. I like The Thing. Yeah, the Cosmic Horror. Oh, yeah, I love that Cosmic Horror stuff, man. All right, let's check out this Solid Snake trailer. Hold on, I'm trying to. I do have to put my headphones in though, because my audio isn't working on my speaker for some reason. So give me just a second. Speaking of which, did we get any more direct donations? Did I miss anything? Not sure if I did. No, I think we're all caught up. And we have Boogeyman 1984 coming in, and it seems like they're renewing their membership here. So, Boogeyman, shout out to you, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That just brought us up to 31. So, again, we're going to be wrapping the stream up relatively soon, very soon. Boogeyman renewed. He brings us to 31. If you guys want to get a train going, by all means, go ahead. You can always drop a single. I always remind everybody, you can always drop a single. You got 19 more. Don't make me do reps. You know what? I don't want to hit 50. That's right. I'm just straight. I want to hit 49. I don't want to do reps. Don't make me do reps. Where is, I'm trying to, sorry, my stuff's a little bit scrambled from the last stream. And now it's not showing up. Okay, that's real nice. Sorry, guys, as usual, technical difficulties. You should pretty much be used to it by now. Whoa. Okay, yeah, that's a technical difficulty. Put it right here. And all right. It's only a minute, 30 seconds. Sick.
What's your ETA? I'm here.
Bro, that's so sick. Oh, man.
In position.
CQC. Oh, man, that's awesome. Bro, Snake and Sam Fisher together. This is wild. This is wild.
Kept me waiting, huh? Never hurts to take things slow.
Dude, this is like one of the coolest things Ubisoft has ever done. What?
Soldiers like us never get the chance. There's always one more fight.
Bro, you gotta be kidding me. There's no chance they're gonna get me to play Siege, but like, that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. That's a Ubisoft. That's a certified Ubisoft W right there. Man, it just makes you want a game with these, like, where Snake and Sam Fisher team up, man. Like, I feel like that's the craziest tease ever. Oh no, that was pretty good. So awesome. I have to admit though, man, like, for as awesome as that was, yeah, like, hype, but not playing. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm not gonna go play like a nearly 10-year-old live service game at this point. It's just not, it's not gonna pull me in. But damn, I did appreciate that. And yeah, they got David Hayter doing the voice. You love it. You love it. Old game's bad. Old game's good. We need more. Bring the old games back, man. Like, old live service game is bad. All right, and we do have to play RichRod's song. I promised him I'd play it. I hope I don't regret it. Let me get out here. Oh, I did miss Boogeyman. I'm sorry, buddy. Boogeyman. As I was watching that trailer, Boogeyman dropped another 5 member gifts. He opens up the 5-pack. So he renewed his membership, and then he dropped 5 more.
Holy shit.
Boogeyman, thank you so much for that. He actually brings us to so I don't know, guys. Do we want to try to hit it? Boogeyman wants to hit it. He brings us up to 36. All right, well, here's what we'll do. Oh, don't tell me it's no, don't tell me it's another one. No, not from the back. No, let me see. I'll check out Rich's song here. Keep that fruity booty. Okay. This might not be a good one, guys. I don't know. I'm going to play Rich's Keep That Fruity Booty. He dropped 5 member gifts for this. That's why I'm going to play it. He knows that's why I'm going to play it. I really hope I don't regret it. My hope is that as we are listening to this, what I can only assume will be a masterpiece, feel free to keep the member train going as we wrap things up here. We had Boogeyman bring us to 36. We'll see if we can keep it going. I'm scared. I'm not going to lie. I'm just straight up scared. Here we go.
Yeah. Say it with your chest now. Listen. Keep that fruity booty out of God, oh, hey. David Jeffy, keep that wokeness out of our game.
Wait, did you say David Jaffe?
Keep that fruity booty
What? The vibe. Wait, what?
You was talking like a legend, like you built this throne. Now you side out the kingdom that became your home. We was swinging them blades, you was swinging them tags. Now you swinging on trends, trying to chase they face.
Bro, wait. Is this a David Jaffe diss?
But you folded on the fam that done lifted you out. We was riding with the gray ash gods in the snow. You was riding on the outrage, playing both sides for the show. Backstab chatter, you forgot where you from. It's your name in the stone, now you scratching and numb. We want war in the game, not the timeline feed. Keep your priest from the pad, let the players lead. Keep that fruity booty out of God, oh, David Jeffy,
Is he saying keep that fruity booty out of God of War? I think that's what he's saying. David Jaffe, keep that wokeness. Bro, oh my God.
But the lineup never lied, like it told you, same gray hallways, copy paste corridors. Face look wax, feel cheap in the pores. Highlight reel full of bugs and stutters. Whole squad quiet, just
I don't know.
Cloud talk, proud talk, but the soul feel thin like a ship. Half a dream, other half on the
Shadowlink, who do you think?
We want stakes that sting, not a bargain bin blast with a brand name ring.
Rich. It's a rich, certified RichRod banger.
You can feel it in the load. Keep that fruity booty out of God, oh, David Jaffe, keep that wokeness out of wild game. Keep that fruity booty out.
I'm just confused, man.
David Jaffe, keep that wokeness out of wild.
It's his signature style.
Fan rage carved deep in the disc. This that day one faith that you turn to a risk. You forgot how we bled for the worlds you drew. Now we look at your takes like, who are you? Who are you? Keep that fruity booty out of God. Oh,
I have questions.
David Jaffe, keep that wokeness out of wild. God damn, keep that fruity booty out of God. Oh, wow. David Jaffe, keep that wokeness out of wild. God game, I give this.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. First, RichRod, how could you slap? Second, why? I'm actually confused. Why? Wait, why the diss track? Shadowlink liked it. Titus says it was garbage. Muffin the Bunny says, I have a fruity booty. I'm just confused. Like, did I miss something? Like, we don't want to make God of War woke. But, like, wait, I thought David Jaffe was the one who made, like, the most, like, opposite of that, right? You're saying because he's a traitor. Wait, why is he a traitor? Oh, I don't follow David Jaffe like that. Is he woke? I don't know, man. I mean, I know he's on like Sacred Symbols and stuff sometimes, and apparently he's like always insane. his kid is trans. Well, man. I mean, look, for Rich, for what it's worth, I don't think so. I don't think Sony like has any connections with him anymore. I think there was like a period of time where he was probably trying to keep some connections with them, but I don't know. At this point, I just think, like, for example, even though he's the original like director of God of War, I don't think they're probably going to bring him in for anything. I mean, they still could, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't keep up enough to know. But Rich, I do appreciate you making another song. Next song you make, Rich, it's got to be about exclusive video games. Okay, that's my next request. It could be any genre you want. Maybe just not. I don't know. I'm not gonna give you any genre you want. He has some real people inside. He was the only one who leaked Wolverine days before the reveal. Oh yeah, I have no doubt he has connections. He probably, dude. You know what's crazy is he probably knows so much shit, but I don't know. He probably doesn't, probably not trying to burn anybody. He wasn't expecting to be Kid Kratos the whole game. Back to hard rock. Oh yeah, we could do that. We could do rock. We could do like a rock ballad about exclusives. I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to pay for this though. Somebody, if we're gonna listen, if we're gonna hear a second RichRod track, we gotta hit 45 members. Where are we at? Yeah, we gotta hit 45 members. Okay, Rich. If we don't hit 45 members, I will save it and I will play it the next time. As long as we hit a goal. Rich is like, okay, guys, let's get to 45. If we do hit 50, I don't know, what time is it? Okay. I'll go for a little bit longer. I'm thinking maybe I'll take it to 4.5 hours today. I don't know if I want to go too far beyond that though. Because I thought I was going to end this like 30 minutes ago, but I'm feeling I think like this is the first day I'm not feeling sick. So I'm feeling kind of good. You know, it feels good to not feel sick. And I'm feeling okay. But yeah, so we'll do 45 for a second Rich song. We'll do 50 for the reps. If we hit 50, I'll turn the camera around and I'll show you the progress I've made. Maybe. I don't know if it's ready though. I had I had to put these tapestries up on the ceiling. It doesn't look very good, but it looks better than it did. It looked better than the basement ceiling with all the wires popping out and shit. But hold on. Oh, what is this? Oh. Okay. Okay, I need to get out of here. Just noticed you haven't seen the cats all stream. They were here earlier. Yeah. We need to no, Irfan, don't encourage them like that. No. Don't do that. The cats were here a little bit earlier. Boss got his treats. Clark got his treats. Although I did notice Luna didn't show up. Luna usually likes treats. Shadowlink, you're saying, whoa, it's got to be a definite yes or no. You mean in regards to turning the camera around? A definite? Do you want me to give you a definite answer, Shadowlink, if we hit 50? Hold on. I mean, I'm going to say, I'm going to have to say yeah, simply because, I mean, when I look over, I'm like, I'm going to be getting new equipment at some point. Like, I'm going to be getting an Olympic bar and some Olympic plates and stuff. But for now, I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get, I suppose. So, because I was like thinking, like, if I don't, like, I don't know what I'm waiting for exactly. I've done pretty much everything that I wanted to do. But the big thing is the ceiling still, though. Like, I just bought like a bunch of tapestries to put up. And like they look kind of ghetto, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. They just don't look that great. But it looks better than it did, and it has the practical effect of, one of the reasons I put the tapestries up was because there was always like this like dust kind of falling down from people walking above, and it would get really damn annoying, and it would get like everywhere. And I just had to like constantly vacuum and constantly sweep and all this shit. So putting that up prevents that from happening. But yeah, I've been talking to you guys about how I've been kind of like redoing my basement. And yeah, I think for now, until I eventually get enough money, and I think my father-in-law said he would help me do it when the time is right, when he's freed up. So, you know, could be sometime later this year, maybe even early next year. Probably do a proper like drop down ceiling of some kind. What do I think about the QTEs in God of War? I think they're distasteful. I feel like they demean women a lot less than what they are. You think it's disgusting? I mean, I just think it's unnecessary. Like, I'm not like offended by it. I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's whatever. But I guess I could see how for some people it might be, you know, very off-putting. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, about what they might do for the remakes, but I don't know. Oh, no, you're saying you thought Luna was the newest cat? Oh, okay. So Garrett came in earlier and he didn't know about Clark. Clark is his name. Clark Kent, the cat. Yeah, he was a rescue. He's 2 years old. He spent the majority of his life on the streets. Yeah, he's cool though. He's really playful. He likes to play with the other cats. Him and Luna get along pretty well. We make jokes with Clark and Luna because Luna is female. Speaking of QTEs, in God of War, Luna is female, Clark is male. They're both fixed, but I don't know, man. Clark lived a life on the streets for 2 years, not being fixed, and being able to do whatever he wants. And sometimes he'll just like start messing with her, and she'll start running away, and he'll just like run after her. And he's crazy. Fixed means like they can't procreate, you know, like they can't create a bunch of kittens, you know, because if that was the case, I'd have to give kittens away. But they'll start playing a little bit, and then I guess he'll get like a little too rambunctious, and Luna will start running away. And what's funny is Luna is significantly bigger than Clark. Clark's small, dude. Luna's big girl, and she'll start running away, and he'll chase her, and he'll just like pounce, dude, and try to like mount her. And she is not having any of it. It's so funny because since she's so much bigger than him, she just like swats him, bro. And me and Mrs. MBG, we always make jokes like, you know, Clark's from the streets. He's chasing that big booty, man. Like he's, it's just funny because dude, Clark's so weird. Like I've never seen a cat behave the way he does, where the other day we were just chilling in the living room and he was just like standing there and he just jumped and did a 360. No reason. Like, and I mean a big jump, full 360 for no reason. And dude, me and Mrs. MBG just burst out laughing where we were like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? It's kind of cool though. I like it. He's really entertaining. And he is gangster. He really is. Like he's not afraid at all. Like he lacks fear to a degree where I'm like, dude, I don't know how you survived 2 years out there. Seriously. Like, I don't know if somebody like was secretly taking care of you or something, or if you were rolling with a group, but he has such reckless abandon, you know? MBG Brian Deckard and his wife Amelia voiced 2 characters in God of War Sons of Sparta game. I only found out today, Brian, from the Detroit Become Human game. Oh, yeah, that's what he was teasing, by the way, when he was highlighting the state of play that was happening. OG Street Hustler cat. Clark used to run the streets. I mean, I have to imagine he was around other cats. One of the things that was funny, too, is when we first brought him home, he wouldn't shut up. And I wasn't sure, like, if this was going to be a thing that, like, he just didn't stop, or if it would, like, when I say he wouldn't shut up, I mean, he would just, he wouldn't meow. Well, I mean, he would meow a lot. But you know that like trill sound that cats make, like that kind of high pitched trill. He was like talking basically, like that's what he was doing. He was just doing the equivalent of a cat talking, and that's all for like the first 2 weeks. He just would not stop talking, and we looked into it. Where we're like, is this normal? Like this seems like even at night, like we're trying to sleep and he just won't stop talking. And we looked into it, and it was because he was like super hype, basically. Like he was so he seems to have the cat equivalent. There's a name for it, but he seems to have the cat equivalent of like ADHD. He's like very hyperactive. But it says that cats who have that, when they get like overstimulated, like they won't shut up, and it can last for a while. But it made sense because we brought him home and it's all completely new to him. He's got new cats he's hanging around. And it was just so funny because I'm like, dude, we're going to have a problem if like this is just how he is. Where like he's awesome, but he's got it. Like it's crazy. Like I like couldn't sleep. But he's chill now. He doesn't do it as much now. Now he talks at a normal. Yeah, he was walking around talking shit. Maybe that's what he was doing. Establishing dominance. He's like, yo, this is my turf now. All right? All your treats belong to me. Vocal stimming. Yeah. And oh, there's Luna. I didn't see her for a second. All right, guys, we're approaching the 5-minute mark. We're going to wrap the stream up at 4.5 hours. RichRod is currently in the process of cooking up a new song. I told him if we hit 45 members, I will play that song. If we don't hit 45 members, no big deal. We'll save it for another time. If we hit 50 members, I'll do reps. If we hit 50 members, I will turn my camera around and give you a little glimpse of my some progress I've made on the basement workout area. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing crazy. God, man, God, hold on though. I don't know if we're gonna hit 50, but I just realized I don't have any. I got to see if I can find a before picture. And Cory the Legend Landiga comes in, and he drops another 10 member gifts. This time I think it was for Clark. Clark talking shit. Cory, thank you so much, man. Oh, I see Pushing Polygons received a member gift. And Zanarkand comes in, drops a single. Wow, okay. Guys, I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised. I think we were just gonna shoot up like that in memberships. That sounded not great. That brings us to 47. So we are 3 away, and I guess I'll have to Shadowlink's hype. Yeah, Cory, bro, I got to give you another.
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good. And Zanarkand, thank you for dropping a single, man. Well, now I'm assuming we will hit 50. I got to show. And Shadowlink comes in. Shadowlink does it. He takes us to 52. He takes us beyond the 50 mark. So Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. Let me, before I show you anything though, in the basement, I want to see if I can send over. I know I took a couple. So, God, this stresses me out because I put so much work into this basement, dude. I've never done a project quite like this, and it's not perfect. I'm not like a carpenter. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm going to be honest. I look around at what I did. I'm like, I can't believe I did any of this at all. But the big mistake I made that I'm a little bit upset about is I didn't take proper before pictures. Although I did take a picture before it was fully finished. I took a couple. I'm going to send them over to myself now so I want to bring them up before I show you anything so you can get an idea. And Rich, I will play your song. Well, hold on. Rich, you're trying to tell me something. Let me see. He said, I cooked up multiple songs, but suggested the one to play. Losing my touch, but on a time crunch. Oh, that's all right. Sorry, Rich is feeling the pressure. You can always just, it's okay. Like if you ever can't make a song, it's not a big deal. You don't have to make songs. They're feeling the pressure, man. It's only going to set me back 1.5 months. No big deal. Yeah, dude, Shadowlink, I'm surprised you even dropped 5, bro. You came in and dropped a megaton amount of gifts, but thank you, Shadowlink, for real. I mean, thank you to everybody who contributes to the channel. I'm really, truly humbled that I'm able, you guys make it so I can keep doing this. And hell, man, before I show you these two, do you guys know that YouTuber? He's not somebody I watch that often, but he pops up on occasion. His name is The Gamer 2323. I came across a video that he put out yesterday where he's the end. Wait, what is this video I took? Okay, I sent myself a video. What's up, man? Oh. Oh, dude. Wait, I want to see if I can show you guys this video. That's so funny. I didn't know I took that. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place right now. I didn't realize I sent myself a video. All right, yeah, bear with me, guys. I'm trying to save all this stuff so I can show you. I'm gonna download that video. I'll see if I can play it too. Okay. But yeah, I was just saying, I came across this video that he put out yesterday, The Gamer 2323, where he said the title of the video was the end of The Gamer 2323. And he was just said he was 20-minute conversation about how he's changing the name of his channel, but it was a really passionate, honest video, and I really appreciated it, man, because one of the things he was like a lot of the things he was talking about in his video, I don't know if any of you guys saw it. I was like, dude, I can relate so much. It's crazy. Like, I felt like I was listening to myself a little bit. And I'm like, good for him, man. He's taking a big chance. He was talking about being like confined and not wanting to conform to having to just do the things that are guaranteed to work, or, you know, and like kind of, you know, leaning in like rage bait directions and stuff like that. I'm like, respect, you know, but he was getting like emotional, talking about how, you know, like this is what he does and it's his life's work and he doesn't know what his life would be without it or where he would be. And I'm like, I totally get it. Like if there's anybody who gets it, I definitely get it. And it was just cool to see, you know. And as an Arcane, you're saying return of the mold in MBG's basement. Also, is that a Bluetooth headphone got on or something? No, it's just plugged into the mic. Hopefully no mold in the basement, man. All right, let me bring a couple things up for you guys. All right, let me see which image. So the first image I'm going to show you, okay, and I'll try to make it as large. This image is very zoomed in. But it's very important for you when you see this image to understand that you're seeing one corner of my basement and you can get a very good idea of just how disheveled and messed up it was. And I want you to look at this picture and understand this was the entirety of the basement. This wasn't just like one section. It was the entirety. It's zoomed in, but I'm going to bring it up now. Okay. This right now is the corner where it's pretty zoomed in. But if you look at, like, dude, I think half this shit, almost everything here I threw out. That mattress is trash. That mattress was old. I know you can't tell, but above that mattress, there's just a chair. It's a club chair just sitting on top of it. There's like banisters. There's just junk everywhere. And, the reason why I took this picture when I was cleaning it out, oh, dude, it was and you know what? This was one of the more organized sections of the basement. This was one of the more organized sections. But yeah, man, I'm showing you this first so you get a real understanding that if I could zoom this picture out and you could see the entirety of the basement, it's like multiple bombs went off. Okay, so that's the first image. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm sorry about that, guys. I turned my overhead light on here. All right, so that's the first image. Now, let me see what other ones I have here. The next image you're going to see. Now, the next image you're going to see, this is not the final version of my basement. This is way before what it looks like now. But you can get an idea of what I was going for. But I need you to understand, and I'm sure you do, the image you see right now, it was that for the entire space you're looking at. Okay? Shut up, Rich. All right. Really quick, though, we have Zanarkhan. He says, weird codec headphones, LOL. Time to get proper headphones, man. My multiple super chats can contribute to the budget. No, Zanarkhan, I do have multiple pairs of headphones. I actually choose to wear these because they wrap around my ear and they're much more comfortable. But yeah, I need to get wireless ones. All right, which one should I start with here? All right, I'll do this since this is the side of the basement you're gonna see. This is not what it looks like now. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in over here. Is there anything? Ignore that pink toolbox. There's a couple of pictures back there too. Hold on. Ignore that pink toolbox back there, bro. Okay? That's Mrs. MBG's toolbox. That's not my toolbox. My father-in-law, there may be, where's Gaming Survivor? There's a can of WD-40 back there, bro. Ain't no way. Where is, dude, we need to get Gaming Survivor here right now. That pink toolbox is not mine. Definitely not a joke gift my father-in-law gave me. Definitely not. All right, so the area that I'm going to turn the camera around and show you is this corner back here. This was like, again, this was still not great. This area you're looking at where the gym equipment is, it was like bombs went off. The amount of effort it took me to get the basement into the state you're seeing it now is fucking crazy. I had so much trash on the curb. I was genuinely concerned the trash men were not going to take it. I'm like, they're going to hate me. I'm pretty sure they did. So when I first took this picture, I want you to keep in mind, when I first took this picture, I was like, this is it. This is the final form of my basement. But I made a lot of change. So wait till you guys see what it looks like when I turn the camera around. Okay? All right. Hold on, let me. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. There's one other thing I got to show you real quick. One other thing. There's a little video I made. You guys are going to find this one funny. You guys, those of you who like Boss, and I know a lot of you guys love Boss here, you're gonna like this video. It's really short. It's only a couple seconds. But I want you to keep in mind when you watch this, mold alert. This is amazing basement or analyzing basement photos mold alert. Keep in mind when you see this little video, Boss was very unsettled with Clark. This was when we first got Clark, and he was very disturbed. Okay.
What's up, man?
Oh, wait, why is it? Wait, what? No, that's the wrong way. I have to flip it. Damn it. I don't know why it looked like that. But Boss was very unsettled, man. How do I flip it? To turn it 90 degrees. Let's see. How do I wait? I don't even know how to replay it.
What's up, man?
I actually don't know how to activate it again. What the hell? All right, well, I'm trying to replay it. It won't let me.
What's up, man?
Dude, Boss is looking crazy, man. Why the hell won't it let me replay it?
What's up, man?
Guys, is it not showing up for you? I'm sorry. I have the high ground, Clark. All right, I'm gonna try one more time. I wanted to just show the video, right? You know. I'm sorry. I can never do things the right way, man.
What's up, man?
It freaks me out because it looks transform. There we go.
What's up, man?
Bro, look, he's so disturbed. He's like, "What's he doing over there, huh?"
What's up, man?
Oh man! All right. Now it's time. The only thing is, guys, I'm gonna have to put like background music on because my mic isn't gonna work. Like I don't know. I'm not going to be able to talk to the mic because I'm turning around. Actually, shit. I just realized. Okay. I didn't think this through. I'm still going to turn it around and you'll see it. But I realized like I'm not going to be able to go over there and like show stuff because I don't have my screen turned around and I don't have a mic. I'm ill prepared. But hold on. Let me make sure the lighting is right. Hey, shut your mouth, Cory. All right. This is going to be make a quick video for Discord. I might. I mean, I could probably like cut this part out. Ghetto God. I guess record. I don't know. Maybe record this part. All right, here we go. I don't know. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on. Now I'm gonna get the cord tangled up. I was not prepared for this. You gotta love how there's just a pair of nunchucks. You never know. You never know when you might need the nunchucks. Okay. Dude, I'm trying so hard not to disconnect my camera accidentally. Okay. All right. So that's literally what's in front of me. Look at it. Dude, if you look to the right there, look at that one section of the wall is all fucked up. There's like all these like white gaps in between. Why does it look crooked as shit? Whatever. I know you can't see it, but behind the bench, there's all my dumbbells and shit. Yeah, as you can see, the ceiling is that's the tapestry I was talking about. It basically just looks like a sheet stretched out, but got Arnold. I mean, I'm not sure. Hold on, let me. The camera's like not picking up. So yeah. Got see those little dumbbells back there? Those are Mrs. MBG's. That's just a chair. There's just a chair there. MBG lure. I did notice underneath the Arnold tapestry, though. This is about to like fall. Underneath the Arnold tapestry, I like there's just a gap where I didn't put panels, and I ran out. And I literally need it looks like 3 panels, but they only sell them in packs of like 30 or 50, and I'm like, you got to be shitting me, dude. I do all arms. Is this the basement? Yes. This is only a portion of the basement. I didn't show you the other side. Hold on. Oh. Ew. You get a little, oh, Johnny PlayStation. No. We can't show that. We can't show Johnny PlayStation. He's not real. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Where it be the fabled pink toolbox? Quiet. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the pink toolbox, man. I would go over there and start messing with stuff, but I can't. I won't be able to see myself. He's real to me, damn it. I'm gonna turn this light off and see how it looks, though. Quite a transformation, bro. Thanks. Yeah, I worked super hard on it. It took a lot of time, and I Mrs. MBG helped me with it a little bit too at certain points. But yeah, I'm sure I'll be making other improvements over time. The big thing is the ceiling. You know, if you can try to imagine, like, if I get a proper drop down ceiling, how much better it would be. For now, though, I'm fine with the tapestries for now, though. They're functional. It's not that big of a deal. But hold on, let me turn this light off, see if oh, now it just looks creepy. Now it just looks creepy. All right. I So the idea is, guys, the idea is that if I can I have a second monitor next to me here. Turn that one around. Get a wireless mic. We'll be streaming while working out. We'll be talking games while working out. Yeah, my father-in-law, he like, you know, he's a carpenter. He fixes houses for a living and stuff, and he wants me to at some point do a drop ceiling, and I mean, he would basically be handling most of it. I would be helping because I don't know what I'm doing. But I don't know when that's going to happen, though, because I have to buy the materials, but then the timing has to line up, you know, when he's able to do it. There's a lot going on right now, family-wise, so I'll give you one more little teaser there. Yeah. But that's whenever I randomly play the drums, I don't know, it's not. There's another cat tower over there. Whenever I randomly play the drums, that's where I'm going to play them. But now you know. Now you'll never look at this space the same way again. Now the camera's all crooked, though. RichRod, no. No, Rich. No. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll show more eventually. I didn't really think about how difficult it would be to actually move the camera around and shit. It probably would be easier, just like record it through like a phone or something. But yeah, just for I think I had just one more picture here too. Where is it? I guess I didn't. Oh wait, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I don't know how much I just showed off on that. Like, I don't know how much of what I just showed. I'll just bring it up. Let me see. And then this was another before picture. Like, this was after I cleaned up everything, and I thought this was what it was going to look like. But and so yeah, just a big ass thing of toilet paper up there. I just realized on the that's funny, man. But yeah, we've made some substantial progress, I'd say. What happened to the fridge? It's on the other side of the basement now. Oh no, it's Alex is in here. Yeah, I keep him in the fridge. No, I keep him in the fridge. No. But yeah, this was like the very first iteration I did where I'm just like, all right, yeah, I got this little carpet. It's a nice little area. But yeah. It's funny, man. I painted the floor and dude, painting the floor is not fun. Like painting in general is just not fun. But where's the guitar? I don't think I have a guitar. Or actually, I think I might have one in the garage. Do I play on monitor or TV? I change it up sometimes. Most of the time I play on TV. Sometimes I choose to play on the monitor, though. I got some classic chairs. Dude, I feel your pain. I'm having another baby, and we've been organizing and setting up the nursery for the past few weekends. I'm wiped. Yeah, man. I couldn't believe I wish so much I had taken. If I had a true before picture, you'd be like, oh my God. Because I couldn't believe it. I was like, did I really just do that? It's like, I did. Okay. I'm feeling good about it. I'm proud of it. And it feels cozy too. Like that's what's nice is I just wanted an area that felt that felt just like nice to chill in. And once I cleared out the basement, I realized like there's so much space. I could do a little bit of everything. I could make like a little living areas, entertainment area, a little music station, another cat tower, workout area, work area. It's nice. I feel really good about it. I feel like it's what I had kind of hoped to always achieve. And there's still improvements that have to be made over time, of course. But, you guys, for the time you've been watching me, and I know you know this, you've seen how many times I've moved shit around where like every other week I have like different setups and stuff like that. And I never felt like satisfied with it because I always felt like there was a little bit more to do or, I was trying to blend different things together and I was trying to like, make an office space in an area where it felt kind of awkward to do so. And I knew like, well, you have this basement, man, and you could do pretty much anything you want down there, but it requires you have to clean it all up. And it's going to be a nightmare. And it was, but I don't know. I just got like a wild hair up my ass, as they say, at the beginning of the year. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. And what's funny is I remember like all I did was come in the basement and be like, I think this place needs to be a little bit, I just need to like tidy it up a little bit, just put a few things away. And before I knew it, I was just like, I'm just doing it. I'm just taking it. And now I'm doing it all. And so, yeah, it's really nice. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with it for now. The only thing that's really bothering me, there's just a few, like I'm not trying to be like obsessive over it, where I'm just trying to be thankful for the fact that like, man, I've never made a space that's just like, it's like a man cave type space, in a work area. I've never made a space like this before. So I think for now I'm gonna probably figure out when I'm gonna get the ceiling done. And then the only other thing is there's certain areas you saw that I put the foam panels up, but on some of the areas of the basement they look kind of crooked, and the reason why they look a little bit crooked and messed up is because it's the shape of the wall. Like, it's just like a brick wall, but there's certain areas of it that are not smooth. And when I was talking to my father-in-law, he was like, oh, maybe we could like put actual like walls up, and we might still do that in the future. Spiders in the basement. Oh yeah, they can come live down here with me. But a retro game collection in the basement. I don't know if I would do retro game collecting. For now, I'm just focused on PS5 game, but it's, maybe for the future. You never know. PS6 unboxing is going to be huge with that space now. Yeah, wait till you see Johnny PlayStation come out and actually smash the shit out of that series toaster with a baseball bat. A lot of space. Ends in Arcan with another $5 chat says, MBG, you forgot to give a MBG heart for my previous super chats. Never forget. that shows you that I read. Oh, did I? Hold on. I always do that with like the last few you put out. Ah, you're right. Analyzing basement photos. Mold alert. My bad, Zanarkhan. Yeah, I was probably distracted trying to bring those photos up. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the super chats today. And it's funny, as we get older, shit like that excites me. Yeah, I know, right? I know. It is funny. You saw no windows? The windows are covered by the tapestry. Yeah. If I ever need access to the window, I could just rip the tapestry down. I don't know if you saw. You probably, okay, so you definitely didn't notice this. When I first turned the camera, you saw where like that God of War poster was set up and the nunchucks and what hanging on the wall. That's a door that leads outside. It's just kind of blocked, but yeah. Yeah, I know, man. The rumors about Cory's game they're heating up. You signed up for the beta test for Horizon. You have to let me know what you think if you get in and try it. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up. What I'll try to do is when I get the chance, I'm going to see if I can pick up a wireless mic, and I'm going to see if I can get a proper configuration where if I want to start walking around back there, I can actually continue to talk to you guys, and I'll have a monitor facing that way. Oh, yeah, and we got Rich's song. We got to close out with Rich's song. Thank you, Rich. And all right, so here's what I'll do. I'll do my outro now, and I'll play Rich's song. I want to thank you guys for all of your support. We hit over 50 members today. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the super chats, the direct donations, and most importantly, thank you for just supporting the channel and tuning in and hanging out. Can't do it without you. Blood on the Green Ring. Console Crusade. Hold on. Console Crusade. I like the sound of that. And also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter with those timestamps, give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And yeah, guys, that's it. I'm going to play Rich's song, and as soon as his song ends, I'm going to end the stream. All right? But we'll be back here hopefully tomorrow. Excuse me, we did hit the 5-hour mark. We'll be back here tomorrow with more content. Make sure you hit the like button. I did put a news video out earlier as well if you're interested in that. But here we go. Console Crusade.
Boot up the war zone. Same old plastic toy. Green logo, way close. Just noise, just void. You bring about power, but your shelf's all dust. No legends, no sagas, just hype and rust. PlayStation throne, blood so crown. We run the world and shut you down. All our gods are old. You just pray to ports. This is Console Crusade. You're the crash report. PlayStation seal on every shrine. If you won't swear and fall in the fire, all our gods are home. You just pray.
Irfan, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Are you okay, bro? I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Your side keeps waiting for maybe next week. Third-party profits, choose a side or bleed. If you don't pledge glory, you're dead, I pay. Line up, sign in, carve the brand in bone. Hey, kneel to the circle or get overthrown. You can fade into silence, vanish from the store, or bow to the empire that they're begging for. PlayStation throne, blood so report.
All right, guys, that's it. I'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.